Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to the magic show that is the case where people find evidence magically, invert pictures, and stickers appear where you don't think they are. Good morning, Mo.
Good morning. Would you like to see what I found? Because I realized that.
Did you find more evidence? If there's more evidence, I'm not.
I found a bad touch doll / a bendy John, so we can kind of see how he was, that, or how this flipped him all the way around. Well, and I can show where in the brain Hank is hurting me today, because I think it's right here.
Yeah, it's like a piercing pain in the front.
Yeah. So we needed a bad touch law doll, and I found one for $3. They didn't have any redheads. Redhead erasure is real justice.
And no stinger bell.
Like, why did you buy that? And I'm like, I needed a bad touch doll. And he's like, I'm just not going to ask anymore.
And Stinger Bell, you didn't miss any hot mic moments from Bev yesterday. I think our analysis was it's most likely McLaughlin who had a hot mic moment. Sounded kind of like she was saying Arschloch. If you're German, you know what that means. But it wasn't Bev because the voice was too high pitched to be Bev. So,
yeah,
but everyone
it didn't have that gravel.
It didn't have that 40 a day Cape White Claw vibe.
Yep.
But everyone wants to make it Bev because it proves she's biased. You don't need that to prove she's biased. Come on, just
We've
watch the
had
trial.
plenty of examples that don't include. We don't need her to call Yannetti an a-hole to realize she's biased, because she told Yannetti he wasn't allowed to have a side bar. She's never said no to hanky panky.
And it sounded too much like a woman, Gregory. That's the phrase I was looking for.
Yeah, Bev has the vocal tones of a young, vibrant, Janet Reno.
I remember her. She's from OJ.
Yeah, she had the feminine grace of a linebacker for the Bears.
Sue couldn't even hear that. No, you could hear kind of like show, but it could also be Gesundheit, which if you're German, you understand that. How late do you think court will be today? Think we will have a sidebar to cut down on the amount of sidebars because we have too many sidebars? I think they might have a sidebar conference talking about the amount of sidebars that could potentially lead to less sidebar or potentially more sidebars, depending on the amount of sidebars that we will need to combat the amount of sidebars that we have had. But thank you, T-Rex. Good morning, Stacy. Are we ready for more magical hair apparent talk today? They have to call it apparent hair because she didn't test it, so she cannot legally say it was hair. It's the same that they have to say that John was alive at the scene because they hadn't heated his body up enough that they could say he wasn't alive.
Well, and you've got to remember, this person is actually, in theory, a scientist. So again, scientists aren't going to tell you things until they've proven them, until they've tested them, at least if you're a good scientist. Now, I can't wait for Trooper Joe Paul to explain his scienceology, because I think between him and Bill Nye will solve world global warming.
Let's throw what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson in there as well, and then we'll solve every problem in the universe.
What's sad is I liked Neil deGrasse Tyson. I thought he was, and then he took away Pluto, and I've never liked him since. He's the a-hole that decided Pluto wasn't a planet first. He was like, this doesn't look big enough to be a planet, and then we lost Pluto.
I don't know. I think they used that platform wrong, but that's just me. Because I think they're a little too, they get too political, and I don't like, that's why I don't really do politics. It's because it's too divisive, and
it is.
I don't care about American politics. It's not my politics.
I don't know. I am in love with UK politics and those small nations where their politicians break out into fights that have to be stopped with tear gas. I like that. Like, give me that politics.
I saw that clip that clearly someone was on the diet from that meeting with Macron and Starmer and whatever, the guy from Germany, I can't remember. Since Helmut Kohl, there hasn't been a good German chancellor. But everyone was up in arms. Oh, why are you lying about that? I said, could we have mandatory drug testing? Because you can't be a wrestler without having mandatory drug testing. Shouldn't all politicians do a piss test? I think it could fix a lot of the world's problems. Because we had a swap in our parliament some years back, and they found gunpowder in a lot of bathrooms. And of course, all of them said, well, the press has access to them too. So we couldn't pin it on any politician. We only had one politician who got stopped with it is a DUI, but it was a nose beer DUI. But he's a minister again, because he's a good guy again. We also had a minister who banged a 15-year-old and forced her to take Plan B pills, but doesn't mean he can't be a politician.
No, I think he can be Pope too, if I'm reading the things right.
Do you think John O'Keefe will actually be pronounced dead today? I think we can stipulate that he is dead, but I would really want them to stipulate how the hell he did die.
Yeah, that's my problem with all of this. We are all, well, I wrote it down as day 17, but then I fixed it and put the date because I counted.
Technically day 17, but Valhalla yelled at me yesterday, so it's day 16.
Well, so I changed it all to match yours. So the 2-day 16s, one will have a date on it to kind of clear that up, so we're all on the same page, because I thought I'm gonna be different and put it 17, and then I realized that people that jump between us are going to be confused. So, and welcome, Shizzy Raiders.
Let's congratulate Lefty for coming into the monetization club on YouTube.
Congratulations.
And
Lefty, I do try to watch. I don't understand games.
he beat horses. I don't know what it is, but he just likes slapping a horse.
Redemption, is that what it's called?
Yeah, and when I play it, I go out, I'll hunt down bad guys, I'll kill a deer, I'll ride into the mountain.
Wait, you
He
can kill
just
a
stands
deer?
around for 8 hours beating horses.
I think I found my game, y'all.
Yeah. It's,
I get Revengeation on deers and Bambi is not hurt.
nice done, Lefty. But Lefty will now find out what everyone else of us found out. Do you still have to work when you get monetization? You actually have to work more? Well, Did Emily D. Baker get her channel back? Thank you, Jason JJJ. I think it was a short breakdown. Haven't heard any. Some say it might be the arm because we got partially demonetized Monday, but that cleared up and I didn't get demonetized.
Today. Yeah, nothing yesterday because I looked to see if I was unlimited when Jason actually let me know, and I was like, "Oh, holy boobs!" I need to check that. And
but it's YouTube. Sometimes they'll strike you. Sometimes I think 2 weeks ago, Ricada was sitting with 3,000 people, and all of a sudden he had 1,000 viewers, and he thought, "Oh, that's weird." And then all of a sudden he had 5,000. So YouTube giveth, YouTube taketh away. That's how your son played too, unscripted. Yeah, I hope your son doesn't do the lefty and just beat horses. It's such a weird. I think he might have mental illnesses, but I'm not sure. Well, I know Lefty has mental illnesses, but I will be eating like a doctor. How's a doctor eating?
I'm guessing
Left-handed?
Red Bulls and cigarettes, but that's just.
That was back in the day.
But I've been watching House a lot, so I don't know if you can judge every doctor on, a fictional House character.
Oh, she accidentally kicked herself. Well, but sometimes YouTube do things, and that's another wonderful thing Lefty will have to learn now, that all of a sudden, yeah, you're just not qualified, or you said something, or you did something, somebody complained about you. It's a wonderful world of being a creators.
Yep.
Rumble doesn't do that. No, Rumble just don't really connect to StreamYard. Makes it almost impossible to be found. Don't show you in recommendations. Really stunts your growth. I think I like the idea about Rumble. I just don't like the performance it has.
Yeah, the problem is you have to be a fairly big creator to earn any money, and I think you have to be on contract over there to be, you have to be pretty big to begin with.
And again, not just for the money part, it's just more that I've been there for almost since I started my YouTube channel, and there's absolutely no growth potential unless they want you to port your YouTube audience to Rumble. And why it's the same with people who stream to X. Sorry, present company included. I don't understand it because
not been streaming to X.
Oh, I thought
since you said
normally
something.
did. Yeah, but
I used to, but then we had talked and I looked at the number stuff and it wasn't doing much. Plus, okay, I'm not saying Elon is lying, but there was no way I had 300 people watching with no comments over there.
No, and sometimes you go and you see. I was going by. I woke up one morning. I think it was Young Jerks I was seeing, and said like they had 7,000 people watching on X. Then I went to his YouTube channel and he had his normal views, which is great numbers compared to mine. But I was like, oh, that doesn't make sense because he had like I think 4,000 watching on YouTube. It's yeah. Can't comment on Rumble. You can, but it's just. Hey, it's creator problems. You're not here for us to whine. You are here for us to talk about when, if ever, the case will get started. Well, we're only 5 minutes late, so it's not even late yet.
Well, I do wonder if the state is trying to bring in like, oh, the CSI person can't say this or the CSI can't comment. What I do think was important yesterday is that everyone outside of the Norfolk, whatever they call themselves, called Trooper Proctor the lead investigator. Now, I
Yeah,
don't
but
know if the jury caught that.
I think we pay way too much notice for that.
Yeah, and that's the hard thing to figure out is what are we seeing because we've had so much experience with the case versus what the jury's thinking.
Yeah. And Müller, I found you guys last Thursday while looking for another channel covering Karen Reed case. This channel was the first recommendation. Anecdotal, I know. Well, I'll take it. I'm streamer, don't cry. Yeah, we are blessed all in all, and
Yeah,
we're
I
happy
mean,
that you choose to spend even part of your day with us because why should you? You're talking to a creepy doll enthusiast and a slightly retarded Danish baker, and whenever he wakes up, we will also have a guy who specializes in goats. You could be watching this with the people who knew what they were talking about.
yeah, you
Probably
could be
won't get
watching this with lawful law lawyers.
yeah, but some of them are boring and some of them are not as fun as us. But you can hang out with us and we will talk about no dolls, show you where on the doll Proctor hurt us. You don't get that in I'm a Professional channel because
Yeah, I mean, they can tell you exactly what the rules mean, but do you really want that? Or do you want, Baker drawing on pictures and, you know, sexy talking Kimmy over here? You know,
oh
she might not have responded because she's in the chicks. Do I need to talk to Kimmy?
no, she said she had a husband.
Oh,
That
right.
harlot.
And wasn't he a
Yeah, I
well,
called
I
her a
wish
harlot.
them a long marriage and a happy life.
I
Although
wish
Kimmy
them.
doesn't seem happy, so happy life, happy wife. I don't know, sir. Maybe work on that.
She has the energy of a woman married to 3 inches. Thank you, T-Rex. Talking about 3 inches. I'm just excited for Bev for some Shore tomorrow morning coffee with shiz is going to be amazing. Trial is going to be amazing. Bev from the Shore drinking her claws all day.
Yes, and in the
Yes.
afternoon before I go, I'm going to put up a poll. I'm going to show you 2 outfits or 2 jackets that Bev can wear tomorrow, and you get to pick between Hugh Hefner and the classic cape white, sweater tied by her neck.
Morning.
Valhalla, look what I found.
What do
It's
you
like a
got?
miracle. It's a Bendy John / Bad Touch doll, so I can show where in the brain Higgins is hurting me.
That's creepy looking. I'm here
And they
for
had
it.
no gingers. Ginger eraser is real.
Why?
Just not
Why does that surprise you?
well. Well, I didn't think the erasure had switched to dolls yet.
Listen, Mo. Certain models just don't sell. Gingers happen to be one of them.
Okay, you know what? Not everyone likes gingers, but if you like gingers, you like them to a frighteningly weird degree. Nick Rekieta isn't right about everything, but when he is right, he is right.
I'll give you that one.
Wallstorm will co-sign that. And evidence
Nick,
tech
if you'd
in the
love to talk
Commonwealth
to me
is not a
about redheads
scientist.
and weirdos,
They get on-the-job training and pass certification test on the job. This witness is not a scientist. She basically a lab tech. She actually did have a science degree, but she also have to pass these proficiency tests, which one of them, even though I can't mention it anymore for Valhalla because, give a girl a chance. She missed her DNA proficiency test, which was her main part of her job. Thank you, Holly Mac, for
She
gifting 5 Broken Baker memberships to Vicky
she
Hat,
missed
Heather
she
Musher,
missed a follicle. That was all. She missed a follicle, Baker. Give her a break.
yeah, and
Nancy
it's
Iron,
not like
Melanie
a
K,
follicle's
and
important
Simi
in this
Sharp.
case.
Thank you, Holly Mac.
Although, to be fair, I kind of feel bad for her because I didn't notice the reflection until Baker had to break it down like I was a 4-year-old with glaucoma. So
I saw it instantly, and then everyone talked over me and said, no, there's 2 stickers. And I was like, Are there 2 stickers? How the hell is that car made?
Look, at least
Well,
I admitted my mistake. I am trying. It's hard for me as a woman. Like, I had to fight all of my womanly instincts to admit I was wrong, but I did.
I wasn't even here. I was off cam.
And welcome, Jamie. We are so glad you're here. In between your, undercover secret agent work.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Rumor
it's been a trip.
Hi, Jamie.
has
Hi.
her and Caffey Daffy might be the same person.
Oh, you stop it. Don't you dare.
Whoa.
Jamie doesn't have a poncho, and she's never been to 34 or 34 Fairview.
I'm not an idiot. That should be it.
Jamie is here. That's amazing. I haven't seen her in forever, but I still must say, go Buckeyes. Beat the Wolverines. T-Rex, thank you for making Jamie's day. Because Jamie is a big Ohio Buckeyes fan.
I'm just gonna stop coming.
Your headset is really bad connected.
No, it was because I was doing something weird.
It's just you're very far. It's kind of like Valhalla when he, I'm going to go into the other room and start yelling.
Yeah.
So I do wonder what Alessi has found, because Alessi, having a background in pharmacology, he is going to be very detailed, very analytical, this means very step by step. I like how he breaks things down. He is my jam. Like, if I wasn't married to Mr. Mo, he'd be on the list of stallions I was looking at, because, tall, nerdy, and loves
67?
binders. No, he doesn't have to be 6 feet. He's nerdy.
67. He's 67.
He is
With that dark
phenomenal. I
With
love
dark hair? Okay, well,
Yes.
Just for Man
I was
is
so
working for
comfortable
him, baby.
He's
I'm here
he's in
for
the
it.
60s. He's in the 60s now.
Okay, I'm just saying he is my type. Tall, white, and nerdy with a binder. Look, high school was hard for me. I had a crush on just about everyone.
And being a ginger,
It was
I'm
not
sure that was
Marissa, we
difficult.
No, I was
Debunked that,
blonde. I'm naturally blonde.
Marissa, we debunked that yesterday. It's not Bev who talks.
Somebody did, though. Somebody definitely.
The
called
voice
him
is
an
way
a-hole.
too high to be Bev's.
Yeah,
Somebody definitely
that
called
was
Well,
it.
like
it sounded
here,
like a-hole,
and the
but it
voice
was most
like
likely
here.
McLaughlin.
Oh, I
Peggy
know.
isn't
Essie
in the
is
room
back.
today.
Or Elsie, I want to call her Etsy, but I know that's wrong.
That's right.
Esty.
Etsy?
Esty.
St. Oh, okay. I always want to call her
Esty.
Etsy, but I
Yeah,
know
I want
that's
to
a
call her
website.
S3 as well.
It reminds me, yeah, like Etsy, like the Etsy website.
I do
that
like
we-
that color. It's very pretty.
Periwinkle, I would call that.
Perry.
Valhalla, you win. My husband would be like blue of some sort.
Nah, it's a periwinkle for sure.
I agree.
Let you know that it's phenomenal.
I love it. Valhalla is a man of mystery.
I have a colored pencil set with 400 pencils in it or something.
I was about to say, a man that
150,
colors knows his
150
color.
colors. Dang
Are they
right.
Prismacolors? Because I'm jealous. Oh, fan,
Prisma
someone is
And
bougie.
Shore Life is
over here
correct.
at Beyonce.
And Shore Life is correct. Karen's dad has looked very on edge the last week. I don't know if he might have been feeling sick or something, but he's been very hunched over and he has been very seemed fidgety. I don't know what it is, but I've seen a
Well,
few
might
of
be
those
because-
front view cameras where he's
Oh, having to
no,
sit
but
on
he
those
seems
hard
like he has
benches all
been in
day.
pain. Yeah, but it's also if you see the videos from the front viewing camera, there's a lot of times where he's sitting very hunched over. So I think he might also be feeling. He's an older guy. It's been 16 days sitting in shitty chairs,
Hard.
listening to these idiots.
I wonder if they can bring their own pads, like their own, like pads
Like
for
a
the
like at a
chair.
middle school soccer game.
Yeah, like at
Wheelchair
Yeah.
pads.
Well, hell yes, I would buy one because I'm not sitting my behind next to Doink smelling like he hotboxed with, freaking Cheech and Chong next to me, and I'm sitting in an uncomfortable chair, I might be next to Stinky, but I ain't going to be uncomfortable. So I'm bringing a pad, a little chair pad.
And Just Henry's mom says, Bev's 48 hours are up for our case. Fingers crossed for our case. Yes, she should be within the next hour releasing a press statement about the First Amendment restrictions.
Oh,
So,
Lord.
or
Oh,
it
you
will
guys,
go
I'm
back
wearing my
to
grieving
the
weirdo necklace
the
too.
higher court when they will make. I'm sorry, Mo. You keep talking over me. I don't know if you can't hear me.
Sorry.
No, but it's
I
every
only
time I speak, you just keep start talking. I'm thinking, can she hear me?
No, I can. I am sorry. That's me problem. I will
I'm
work
just
on it.
because I can see my camera is glitchy, so maybe my audio isn't coming through that well.
No,
It's just
it's
I
me.
was
I
trying to.
apologize. You go ahead.
It's just because I think people might sit out there and think, why are they constantly interrupting each other? And I'm thinking, you can't hear me. So, but they have this ruling in the higher court that it go back to the lower levels where Bev has to make a decision, which should be potentially, I would think it'll go back to the old standards of 100 yard from the courthouse, or else there will be a Supreme Court ruling on it. And my camera is really glitchy. I don't know if my computer is slow. What the hell is going on? I've seen other has a lot of problems with it these days as well. And Brandon says, this is the most insanely I've ever heard. Well, that's just my voice.
Morning, everybody.
Well, he said the most insanely. I'm gonna try and restart because I am super glitchy on my end.
I was gonna say,
You're not coming out as glitchy on this end.
The
At least to me.
video's a little. I was gonna say the video's a little bit glitchy.
well, I was looking at it on YouTube, and he's like roboting
Oh,
a little bit.
I blame him.
well, it was me. I was just having motor mouth, to be honest with y'all. So I'm going to try to be better.
Well, what were you saying though?
I don't know. I was saying I
She
wore my
doesn't
grieving.
remember.
I was wearing
wasn't
my
important.
grieving weirdo necklace because she pisses me off. Now this is a mother's necklace with the elements, so it's got MOTH and ER, but it looks like her little weirdo necklace. So
What the hell is
man.
like the periodic table of the elements?
yeah, I'm a super nerd. So it's got MOTH and ER, and it spells mother. Now I can't rightly
Interesting.
tell you off the top of my head what those elements are because I've slept since 7th grade, but it was cool.
We're gonna have to figure this out now.
And now I want to know what they are. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was my next question: was what elements are those? But didn't want to embarrass myself. I'm glad you did it.
Maybe
for me.
Mobium,
Didn't want to
Therium, and
embarrass myself.
ER would be, I don't know.
MO is molybdenum, molybdenum.
Holly Mac, I
There's
will be
TH.
bringing Bev on Friday.
Where's T? I don't think there's a TH, Mo.
I think there is though.
Okay, well, let me take it off because it actually has them listed
I
on
found
there.
it.
I just can't.
Thorium. TH is thorium.
And then
Thorium.
ER.
Is Arium. ERRIUM. Arium.
Well, at least it's not borium or
T.
or boron.
The TH and the ER, they're down there in those like made up elements though that only man can make.
Well,
know if
that
those
being
really count.
fair, motherhood is made up sometimes. I'm just kidding. I'm lying to you. I don't have any children. I pay actors. I'm Meghan
She's
Markle
been lying the
over
whole
here.
time. Yeah.
Been lying the whole time. I don't even have a husband. He's an actor.
No, we're born infertile. It's all a scam, y'all.
It is.
She was unable to birth children from birth. She was born.
Yeah, I just like visiting the maternity ward for no reason. I always joke with the hospital people. I'm like, sorry you're here. And I'm like, at least it's not the maternity ward. I've been there a couple times. I'd like to see new parts of the hospital if I could.
It's not that interesting.
Are you okay, Baker?
He gone.
Well, I see.
He's had enough of our crap already.
Yeah.
I'm working on being quiet. Look, I waited for you to stop talking. I'm
Good job,
practicing.
Mo. Somebody get her a gold star.
I give myself gold star because I am my own
You are
supervisor.
unmuted.
You just talk when you want to talk, Molly.
Well, I do.
That's
I
it.
don't want to interrupt people, and I was interrupting, so it's all good.
Don't
No,
you
it's
let
just a
Baker
joke.
ruin your day.
Yeah.
He didn't ruin my day. I was interrupting.
He's Danish. That makes him sub-American, if you know what I'm saying. We're better than him just in general because we have the Constitution.
Fair
Well,
point.
you know,
We
people
also
like
don't
to
have
complain.
taxes at 47%. So I'm gonna be quiet because Baker's dealing with a lot. Taxes and socialism.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kidoni,
I need
Justice
more
of the Norfolk
caffeine.
Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
We thank you for your patience. Once again, we worked out something here this morning rather than having you watch us over a tap bar. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said
Shut up,
yes.
Bev.
Nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you.
Yeah,
May we
right.
have
They
Ms.
went home and
Hartnett,
Googled it.
please?
They know what they did.
No kidding.
I would. I don't care.
That clip's getting played at Jamie's jury selection, guaranteed.
Yeah, I feel like we saw you on YouTube, man. You would do all the things you shouldn't. Yes,
Ma'am,
I
did
would.
you make this statement on 5/22? I don't know what the date is. Sorry.
Yes.
5/15/25.
I sure did. But you're gonna regret it if you don't got me on your jury.
I swear to goodness, when I got jury duty, I was like,
Brandon
I
had Mr.
put
Leslie.
down
Thank
ice
you, Your
cream
Honor.
court
Good morning,
trials.
Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
They made me foreman.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolk? Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday.
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with
Again, hopefully this time they'll ask about the missing water.
Hopefully. The salt residue.
Because this is way too clean when we saw the rest of the car. And sorry, I had a phone call. It was a real estate agent who called me. So,
Oh, nice.
but guys, the Danes have the best internet. Full stop. We do. Thank you, Brandon, for recognizing. And hear ye, all who business on Baker's stream will be heard in the court of Mo. Mo is spelled without an e.
It's just
Yeah.
MO.
regard
Yeah, but
to
I don't
the
care.
weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Mr.
Yes.
Alessi, we don't have to do that.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or
There we
any
go.
other debris in the
Right off the bat.
inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Let's hear some salt talk. Thank you, Stacy, for 2 months.
You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is inclusion when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you.
Or a skin cell collection.
So, Baker, can you pause
Now
it?
turning and changing topics.
Of course.
So, what I like that Alessi does is he defines with the witness what words mean, because he says biological materials, and then he says, what does that mean to you? Because I do like that, because then they're answering the question with the same common knowledge and definitions. And I don't think the other lawyers do that as much. And I really appreciate that Alessi does it.
I like
That's
his
all.
breakdown.
All they've done this trial
think
different than
it's-
last is fully convinced me evidence was planted. So there's that. I agree. By the way, I am fully convinced that they planted evidence.
Yeah, and I really think the way he does it is because some lawyers have that idea that, well, everyone speaks our language, and they don't. And I think it's maybe an industry problem that, well, everyone knows when I say parlay, that means a pirate code. But
Yes.
maybe you're not a pirate.
Don't ever assume that about me.
Yeah, don't assume
I think we all got a little pirate in
Never
us.
assume piratey.
piratey. I don't know what to call it.
Hey, Rubia.
Hey, Rubia.
There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side. Alrighty, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is what color would you like to call that T-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange T-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange T-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just
I'm
if you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If you could
apologies.
speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With
And the
regard
combining of
to,
debris is going to be pissing him off.
Scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped
Giggity.
any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
You
Is it
don't
correct
mix
that you
items
do
from
not
different
know
elements
where
of clothes.
the debris came
I don't
from
know why she would've.
specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
I do it all the time. Is it just me or does this witness? That's maybe why Mo just keeps talking, because I just mute myself all the time. I need help. Does this witness look like she did not sleep last night and she seems more snippy with Leslie than she was yesterday? No, yesterday she looked like she had a shiner on the right eye as well. So maybe she was getting the Sean Connery, as they called it.
Just give her
I
a
vote
little
we do a word
smack.
of the day.
Oh my God.
It's an open-handed slap. I vote we do a
Just
word
give
of
her
the
a
day in
little
honor of
smack.
Alessi. The word of the day will be parlance,
Ooh.
because it makes any tea moist.
So
Oh,
the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such. So I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you.
Good.
And my next questions.
Bad
So
detective work.
what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
Stinger Bell is asking if Court TV is shaking. It's I think it's Lawn and Crim but maybe refresh it. I have problems with YouTube right now. I have problems connecting to YouTube. Could be my internet that's effed up. I restart it all the time, but maybe just give it a refresh because that'll also
The video
give
on
us-
my end, the
give-
video is choppy.
Oh, it's
Do you
not
want
on my
one of
end.
us to take over the video? I know you're the best
No,
at
because
it
it
with
still
the
runs
speed.
through. It still runs through my stream, so it'll be.
Oh, yeah.
Take a moment.
So
Okay.
I just try and refresh this one and see if that helps. And give her a dirty sheet of clothing, a scraper, and a quarter square foot map so she can get crap all over the court and not into the bag. Yeah, she's probably not the best collector of evidences.
Separate pieces of debris.
Well, she's a
No,
woman.
I did not separate
so.
out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris.
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct. I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items, and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published.
We seem to be better
And
now.
let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolf for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolf, could you please zoom in, starting from the top, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this. And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolf, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolf, if you could just leave it where it is now with.
Just one question. John was just in one hospital. I'm messing up the Turk. No, what was he transported to another hospital? No, he was just in one hospital.
No.
Yeah, he was just at Good Samaritan.
Okay, yeah, I was just thinking. No, that was the case with the guy who hated Panera Bread with a passion. He was in two different hospitals.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
What
Panera
time
Bread
did they
guy.
collect this?
2:00.
Is that a 1400?
Yeah, 1400. That's 2:00.
Well, I know that. I just couldn't make out the number. It looked like it had
Oh,
5 digits.
It's top
1400
right.
exactly.
Time of collection 1400.
I just couldn't read 1400 in there. It looks like something weird. That was all.
Well, it's called numbers.
Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off and have that on, but if
That's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected it and put it in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolf, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images.
We were doing so good. Baker's mad because Mo keeps cutting him off, and I'm getting the brunt of it. This is horseshit.
If you will, of those two items.
I hate it when mom and dad fight, but you did get 2 Christmases.
Silver lining.
The debris that you ultimately
get socks for both your
saw
presents.
on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag. Do you know where that debris would have been?
Yuri said they left it in Proctor's car and then went back to the pre-secure area and put it on butcher's paper, where they left it out for, I believe, 6 days to dry. But the whole thing is everything just went into one bag, so you can't tell if the debris was on the hoodie or the T-shirt. That's the thing. So she didn't do anything wrong because she worked with, and I again, like I said yesterday, I don't see her as one of the bad guys in this one. She just got a shitty hand and played it.
Until she was like, I can't see if that's like a reflection or if it's a trick.
I almost wonder if she's on the spectrum with some of her like very short answers.
People can be spazzy and not on the spectrum.
Valhalla, don't give everyone. Not everyone is an alphabet person. Come on now. Not everyone has a diagnosis.
Who said she was an alphabet person?
Well, it's ADHD or OCD or AIDS. It's you are always trying to blame people for everything.
Been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
I think it's only on one side it's greasy.
Were you
I'm not
aware of whether or not the debris, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
Well, she should, because all of it would be contaminated with each other. You can't separate it out and say, "Oh, I'm just scraping the T-shirt," but because you can in no way attest to that it couldn't have been transferred from the hoodie. That's why she did it. She did her job correctly. They did their job poorly.
Yeah.
Baker, so this is the source of the 5 people. You have all the, people touching his clothes, trying to cut them off and get him off of there. So I get the conspiracy theory, but it's also possible that these are all first responders, touch DNA, because it's Canton, and why would they wear gloves?
Hey, you don't get them at Mike and Ike's or whatever gas
Hey,
station.
I love
you get your
keep
evidence
Mike and
bags.
Ike's out your name. I'm going to go full Will
Mike
Smith
and
over
Ike's.
here. They're my jam.
Is it important
I
to
love Mike and
maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence? Generally.
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging,
mixing
bleaching
items.
any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody?
I don't care what people say. This is Wales, it's right. I have never heard any town with so many sirens And I don't believe that, it's only when the defense is up there. No, it does it the same when the Commonwealth is up there. Unless people are intentionally setting fires, how the hell can they have so many emergency calls?
People are around town just setting fires.
Remember, it is illegal to drive sober in Canton. They are going to accidents every moment.
It is a little much.
It's the third emergency we
Oh
have
my
had.
God.
I heard one when I came home from court today, and I thought, because I know they have had 3 within less than an hour.
I'll hear more sirens today on this stream than I will in real life in like 6 months to a year.
Fair. And
Without a
I
doubt.
live, y'all, my HOA, the youngest age is septuagenarian. I mean, every time we get a newsletter, it's more like an obituary read. So even I don't see this amount of, emergency vehicles in my aging population HOA.
I will say, living in the country out here, I get it a lot because the ambulance place is like right down the road. They're flying all over the place.
If you leave for anything other than an absolute emergency, like a heart attack or someone burning in, you don't go lights and sirens. Sirens is just to move traffic. How much traffic can it be outside this shitty little road with the First Amendment zone?
Baker,
A lot of foot traffic.
you're talking
No,
about
because there's no
massive-
one allowed there.
People can drive still.
I
Maybe
live in a
it's
city.
Canton thing.
A city that's.
Let's just go. Let's just go back to people setting fires all over town.
Grandpa Baker's
Do
cranky
you know the
today,
chain
y'all.
of custody
Oh boy.
of either the hoodie
All these
or the
damn
t-shirt?
sirens.
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
That's what he sounds
So
like.
before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge
off
of the
my
chain of
lawn.
custody of either of those two items.
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
Norfolk.
What I would like to now do
There's no
is
U
to,
in
we
Norfolk.
can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted
That's
and
annoying.
what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red solo cups.
I submitted the swabs.
Yeah, in the Turk case, we heard it like 3 times in the 2 weeks. But the fire station right next to it, that in Denmark, we have a rule, they can't use sirens unless it's very, very important. And they will normally only do it if they need to move traffic. And I just can't get every fire truck that leaves that station in a densely populated area. Oh, let's let it rip just to see if it still works. It's kind of like when the door pew pewer in NAM said, "Oh, let's just test if it works," and inside the base. That's not how you do it.
The drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD.
I submitted that item.
The 2 clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt. Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And by whom?
By the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew sort of the journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by, you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was that what your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Okay, wait.
I love Alessi. He's like, I'll need 5 seconds or 8. He's like, we've missed Jamie's laugh.
All the old people references to Baker yelling at clouds and it's cracking me up right now.
Canton, where the Dunkin' Donuts headquarters is, so maybe the sirens are just police donuts runs. It's the fire station. The fire station is right next to the courthouse. So,
So the questions I have from Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
Tell Marissa to give him a call.
Redirect.
Chill out. You're making Baker mad.
what are you gonna do now? You don't need to go up. Sit down.
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You've never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form, sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
Asked and answered.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
So, Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please?
Okay.
Yeah, this isn't the witness to bring that up with.
And are you
but he
really
wants
going to try to say that? That's
Yeah, he's going to
okay
say, well,
thing
this
to
is
do?
totally cromulent. Even though she yesterday answered and said, I've never seen it before, I wouldn't have done it, and I've never seen it since. I would never have asked that questions. I would hope that the jury would have forgotten that they talked about it yesterday.
Yeah. Quit bringing up the Solo cups because it looks stupid.
Yeah.
He's just going to again point to, but there was snow, my dudes. Snow.
Yeah. And
not
that doesn't
that
make it
much
okay.
No.
Yeah.
Well, having learned that Fairview is only a few minutes from Canton PD, I am
Coloring in those cups.
done
Do you
with these
know
people.
firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
Not. Oh my God.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I'd spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
Wait, you
said
didn't
that you
examine the
removed hair.
interior?
What
I
do
thought you
do
said
after
you
remove
did.
the hair?
The hair is placed into a small
Oh, that
glassy
wasn't her.
envelope,
That was,
then placed into a larger manila
Rand.
envelope,
that
and
was
then I signed
Dingus.
and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the 2 different angle pictures yesterday that you described?
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
So the water stuck the hair to
What happened?
He's
Can you
trying to
see
ask
that?
if water is an adhesive.
Yeah, so basically he was trying to ask, okay, water can, blow things off, but maybe the snow was like a protective layer. Can snow, basically, if you put a hair on a wet surface, does it stick better or does it fall off?
I understand his question, but why I said what is because it just jumped to the screen without him asking for the exhibit to be shown. No, I understood that he meant that if there's a droplet of water,
Oh, sorry.
the hair can be stuck in it. Yeah, I got that part. It's a stupid thing because it blew 76 miles per hour or something like that, 16 miles per hour, maybe. I don't know. I don't understand miles. So it would have blown off anyway because water doesn't stick to a clear-coated surface that long unless there's some irregularities in it. But hey, he's an idiot. Red Solo Cup, I filled you up. Let's have a frame job. Let's have a frame job. You used that one yesterday, but thank you, T-Rex.
TM on 129.22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr.
When
Brown.
you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702.
Wait, why did the video suddenly get better? Like a lot better?
It was like this yesterday as well. This video was the same yesterday. It's the picture we have seen of it before that's bad. But now we want to talk about the snow that's in this area. Doesn't it look like there's been snow on the side of the car as well? So if that's gone off, we know from the picture of the SUV being driven into the Sally port that we haven't seen in this trial yet that there's snow all over this side. So that would have fallen off as well. If I was at Leslie, I would bring that up and show it and say, hey, what about all the snow on the windows and on this side? But
And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Is still remnants of snow? Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked.
Wait, Baker, can you pause it
had
real quick?
information about when the
So this is a crime scene. You think this is a red rum instrument. You have it in a garage full of, those were stacks of plastic water bottles, meaning someone is going to come here and pick up a water bottle any old time, very next to the car. Now it is on the left side, but you also have nothing marked off. How is this a secure scene?
They had one piece of evidence or one piece of tape. They did have one piece of tape, and you know, magically, you can't cross crime scene tape. It's imbued with the same protection, you know, in Harry Potter when they are out in the woods and they hear those muggle hunters, and they stand right next to the barrier, and they can smell them, but they can't see them because one of them is wearing cologne. Or
Okay,
maybe they were just skunking it up like.
the problem with that is you have those stacks of water bottles, and I'm a mom. I can tell you that everyone is going to go over there for a water bottle and mess up the field. None of this was done with scientific thought in mind at all.
But Mo, again, have you seen Harry Potter?
I have, but I also have another question. This leads me to a follow-up. You hate Lord of the Rings, but you watched 8 damn movies
Yeah, they're good.
to go through Harry Potter's story, and
Hardly
they did
any
a lot
walking.
of hiking in
Hardly
the
any
last
walking.
2.
Hardly any walking.
They did apparate, I'll give you that.
Yes, that's correct.
And you offered us, you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
They just fly around
No, I do not know
more.
when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not
More
damage
broomsticks, and I would
existed on
watch
that car
Lord of the Rings again.
prior to that day, prior to January 29th, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
There's
Did you know
eagles.
there are ring videos of that car
They've
from
got
January
eagles.
28th, 2022?
Ring video? She doesn't know that. What the hell is he talking about? Stupid
I want to show you
ass.
some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please.
Yeah, why would she talk about the Ring video? That's like trying to have
If you could close
her
up.
put in Proctor's text
Do you remember what that's a
messages.
picture of or photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that?
Looks exactly like a dog
Yes.
tooth.
Those threads. Could you
Sure
pull those
does.
threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could
Speculation.
you pull?
I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose? Those threads.
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
They were loose, the fibers that had started to separate off from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57.
You know, I
What
never
is she
thought we'd talk
proving
about
here?
weave in this case, but
This
it's a
Finally,
knit
I see
fabric.
it.
It's going to fray if you cut it. This
57,
is
57.
called human
It-
knowledge.
I like this picture. It's really clarifying everything to me. Now I think she's guilty. Oh,
Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
And do you see that white object, the rag or the
why is there six solo cups with red liquid inside, but there's no liquid inside these 3 with red color in
Okay,
them?
I have a theory, Baker. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid, but I put my brain. So we have 3 cups that have stuff in them, but if we put them in the bag, they might spill. Add 3 empty cups and it'll stabilize in the Stop and Shop bag. That's my guess as to the logic of why they're there.
I'm thinking Jello shots.
Well, that too.
the
Also,
paper
why
towel?
is he noting the paper towel that makes it an unsterile
You
place?
were asked about, you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody of items.
Yeah.
You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Who have said that
Strands of
anyone did
cloth
that?
Pulled from those clothing
Okay,
and placed in the taillight area. Would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you
Okay,
get to a scene,
sorry
you
to
examine
pause
an area,
again, but
you don't
Hank
see it
is
firsthand.
losing it. He has never had this many leading questions and asinine questions. I mean, he often has asinine questions, but he's able to word them in a way that, doesn't get objected to.
But someone wrote me, do you think Hank is intentionally throwing the case and the Commonwealth just wants to lose it? I said, no, they believe their case. It's just that bad, because if they wanted to throw the case, they had thrown it when Proctor got fired and said, we can't prosecute her because Proctor fucked up the investigation.
They could have also not charged again after the mistrial.
Yeah, but just to get out with the skin on their nose, as you say in Denmark, you would have waited till Proctor got fired and said, well, he fucked up the investigation. It's not our. We still believe she's guilty, but we can't prove it, because then you can help the O'Keefes in their civil suit.
He's leading because he can get away with it. Because I was just going to say it. Just stop it. But they already heard him, so it doesn't matter.
I need Valhalla to rant about big hole, little hole again.
And is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
T-Rex.
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If it was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I'd be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that could potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I'm glad we've gone to hypothetical land. On Fantasy Island, if someone tried to frame someone,
If you
would
totally
you know?
speculate and don't use your common sense, could this make sense?
If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished.
Come on, 147.
What did he say exhibit-wise?
147C.
Thank you.
Would it be acceptable to move along if Ms. Gill, or you have it? If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
You are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when it was appropriate to do that.
Okay. Do you recall which you were asking the question?
Yes, Mr.
that's
West asked me the
interesting.
question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see your time?
So she wants to correct her record of testimony she gave yesterday.
That's what she said.
Interesting.
A Mr. Alessi question, I think she said.
Let's see if.
I wonder if she's seen the reflection.
Yeah.
She saw.
No,
the
I
sign.
think she saw the.
All right, so
Opened
Ms.
up
Heine.
her mind. Come on, Baker.
All right,
Ace
so
of base,
Ms.
let's
Heine, I
go.
am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank you.
though.
Nope, you're not allowed to do it. I think she saw the GIF I put up of the two doinks doing the mirror spot, and she thought, are there
Okay,
two
Mr.
clowns,
Brennan, who's your
or
next witness?
is it a mirror?
Next witness is Dr. Scotty Bell.
Scott D. Bellow.
Oh, he is
Hey,
on
getting called.
Yeah.
So we are getting the Emmy. The Emmy who they were too amateurish to get.
See counsel at sidebar, please.
I wonder what
And
she got
I
wrong
have
from
looked at
yesterday.
the order that Bev have put out on the First Amendment. To me, it seems like she just keeps it. But I can be misunderstanding what's in it. But it doesn't seem like she changes anything. She just specifies what she did.
Where's it at? In Discord?
Maybe Jemima can share it with
The
you.
original Emmy, Marissa. Where'd you go?
Remember her as talking fast. Better go down.
All right,
Oh,
Mr.
she
Brennan,
is
whenever you're
here
ready.
and
Thank you.
ready.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINI-SCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner.
Can you send the motion thingy to Valhalla?
The
That's
First
the one.
Amendment order from Bev.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Since, yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
Maybe one of the kids
I
is sick.
completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I'm a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20
Her accent is Italian. Scotty Bello is an Italian name.
of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's
Please
office,
let her say
are you
basta.
responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death?
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe to the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
Her testimony in the first trial that she didn't believe that the injuries was consistent with being struck by a car normally. She wouldn't say it couldn't be, but she said it wasn't consistent with most injuries received in a pedestrian strike with a car. And she's the lady that in the text messages was mentioned that it was amateur hour, that they couldn't force her to change her testimony on, well, not her testimony, but her
manner of death
determination on the death certificate that it was murder, because she said undetermined.
And
because there's 4 different types of death you can have.
And her closing her eyes, that's something common that I do when I'm trying to remember certain things. So I'm sure she's she keeps her eyes open. I'm sure she looks with her eyes when she's doing an autopsy. But when she's trying to remember things, I think that at least I do. I close my eyes and try to, visual out what I'm remembering. So I don't see it as shifty or anything. It's kind of normal for me, but it could be a tell.
Yeah.
Not a bad way.
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight, and then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body, and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen, and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board-certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or 2 different things?
They're 2 completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the 2 of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person, with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma, chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc.
I think he wants her there, and then he's going to call the brainiologist, and the brainiologist is going to say she was wrong because she didn't look at the squishing of the brain, which clearly means he was hit by a car. That's what I think.
I will be interested what the neuropathologist has to say, but
Sorry,
as a
the
neuropathologist,
technical term is a brainiologist.
oh yeah, that's right, brainiologist. I am interested in what the brainiologist has to say, but unless he is also an expert in kinematics and force and all of the causes of this death, he can give me his opinion. But as a juror, I'm going to be waiting for the reconstructionist.
Yeah.
Because up to this point, I still don't know how John, let's see, he has two glasses. He's on his phone. He bends over, left, right, sorry, takes his arm like this. He's bent over like this. Then it hits his arm, but not his body because he's kind of leaning over like this. He kind of dropped a penny and he's like, fuck it, I'm going to pick it up because I'm not Elon Musk. So somehow he drops either the phone or the glass. And then he was
putting his shoes. I saw it in the. I think it was Wendy Murphy said he was putting his shoes back on after kicking the taillight.
But
with two glasses in his hand.
And then his arm was something like this because he was doing the thing from Fortnite because he's like floss. And then, I mean, it makes total sense. He flew 20 feet and landed by the flagpole because he's an American patriot. After he turned off his phone real quick one last time.
Mo solved the case again. Bang to
I
that
blame
call
Fortnite.
the Bald Duck Honey City. Is there a pun here? I don't understand.
Horny, not honey.
Oh, Horny City.
Horny.
ZD.
I don't know.
Thank
you, Brandon.
Trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide.
Probably dirty.
So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the fifth one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than the procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
Finally, we're going to find out he died.
O'Keefe,
no kidding.
Did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Do you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
That's actually one of the things that I'm a little confused that we haven't heard about, because we do believe that there was vomit on his boxers, but not on his jeans. I think that's the thing we heard a lot about. How come that was on his boxers, but not on his jeans? But no one in the first trial and no one in the second trial has asked any questions about what is the thing on John's pants. So I don't know what it is. I've heard people say there's vomit on his underwear, but not on his jeans. But no one has asked that question in court.
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes,
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank
So
you.
you can use your notes, Doctor. Just
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, this is the ME.
When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were 2 individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy.
Yeah, that would make sense because, hey, sometimes it happens. But again, wouldn't he have been too drunk to do anything then? So, but that's why I'm thinking it's the same with the blood on front of his shirt. How could it have been there? It just doesn't make sense if we are to believe he was hit by a car, spun in the air, fell incapacitated on the ground. So, yeah.
Baker, did they test John's BAC? Do we know? Did it come
She
up?
will get into the toxicology. I think he had
Okay,
a
thank
BAC
you.
of, can't remember, 182, something like that. He was pretty drunk. I'm not sure. Let's see.
Autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role?
I can't tell you. I can tell you he had his socks on in the hospital. Doesn't matter because the defense didn't ask about it. His 3 liters of missing blood doesn't matter. The defense didn't ask about it. They never
feel
raised
like
those
that would
questions in the
matter.
first trial. So it's again, everyone wants to be Matlock, but I can't help you with it because
Maybe
it's
it
never
will be
ever
brought
been
up.
mentioned in any hearing or anything else. So you have to call the defense team and ask why they're not interested in it.
Oh, question for chat. Anyone with medical knowledge, because I only have enough to be dangerous. Would the loss of 3 liters or nearly a large quantity of his blood change the BAC levels because it's less blood in there? It's a math thing. I don't remember.
No, because
Thank
his
you.
blood
Blood's still going to have the same amount of alcohol no matter how much blood there is.
Yeah, it's
Thanks.
per unit of blood.
I love it. You guys can answer my questions. Let's get back to the trial.
We are
Unless Baker has
both
something to say.
proud alcoholics, so we know how it works.
Study.
Law enforcement relative to the
Your
actual physical
scholars.
autopsy. Do they have any role?
Alka scholars.
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest, like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes,
Did you, in fact, memorialize your findings in this case?
No,
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days because we know that.
Wait a minute, 90 days
people,
and the
families
troopers
are
had
waiting for these
600
reports,
days?
and therefore we do our.
Well, it's two
400
different
something.
departments. They are independent of the police force.
Well, no, but the fact that the ME has higher standards than the troopers kind of pisses me off.
Well, I don't even think they have a standard from the police.
And Patrick W., thank you for the super chat. I've been trying to find something funny to say, but this double jeopardy is just bull. Thanks for your coverage, all three of you. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Well, you can say something funny. The expert is not addicted to pixie sticks. That's kind of funny.
Our best to finish
Oh,
that report
shit.
within 90 days.
It was a joke.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us how's that done. Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I do like when they use the diagrams instead of the autopsy photos because I think it's a little less jarring for the family and it gets the same information
Yes.
across.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
And you just very basically describe each one of them.
Some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of
What has been
any
whited out?
injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the skull, of the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would.
No, it's like corn flour mixed with sugar and then added some chemical flavor. It's just it's ADHD medicine. It's
Baker, blue raspberry is real, sir.
That's the worst flavor for pre-workout. It's wow.
Oh yeah, it's gross. Well, pre-workout, I don't know if you get the niacin tingles, but I do, and I already
have
flushed
one right now. I take it before I go to the gym. When I arrive at the gym, I feel like a crack addict and just want to rip my
you're just
skin
like,
off.
let's go get leg day done. Please, God, don't let me shake off the machine.
That's a good one. A pixie stick is flavored at an citric acid for Todd. That's C vitamin, so it's good for you. That's why the expert eats 45 of them a day.
He won't have scurvy. That's for damn sure.
God.
That's
would
true.
make notes to point out different injuries.
All the greatest thing about America: sugar and chemicals.
As
Hey,
you
we'll
are
give you
noting
fried high
injuries in your
fructose corn
autopsy
syrup and
report,
hot pockets.
these diagrams, they start off blank,
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
and you fill out all the details.
No, they
final
start off
in your
filled
report.
out, you moron.
Yeah,
I
and
take
then you
the one
cross
from
it
the
out.
Fuka and I just fill
For
it
reference,
yes.
And to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out.
We've been
on
using
blank
the same
diagram.
one from
Abraham
Okay.
Lincoln's assassination ever since.
Wait, pause. Pause right now. He is going to have her use blank diagrams. They have whited out the diagrams she wrote on. What in the hell is going on here? Why is he not taking the diagrams she made with the autopsy, which are generally done post-autopsy because usually they're dictating things to keep the field sterile. That being said, why the hell are we using a blank diagram when she has one? This is such obfuscation. It's ridiculous, and I hate Hank. Sorry.
We all hate Hank Mo.
You wondered how long it would take me. Apparently 16 days.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any
Made it
medical
longer than I
records
thought you would have.
available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records. No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 155. Thank you.
This time, I would move for identification of all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that Samaritan Hospital for identification.
Okay. Exhibit JJ for ID.
Further, this time, I'd move for identification of all OCID occidental evidence photos.
Exhibit JJ for ID.
Your Honor, this time, I move all CSSS 5 photos for identification.
On Wednesday, we do arms because if you want a thick mummy down on knees with her meat curtains flapping in the breeze, your arms better be swole.
Curls are for the girls, boys. Curls are for the
And it's
girls.
Thursday, so no arm days today.
So you're not supposed to do arm curls?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if
Yes.
you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice
He's hung like
any
me, that
injuries on
one on the
Mr.
picture.
O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, Doctor? If you could
Yes.
point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose.
Remember, they were talking about that it was a very, very small laceration. This is 1 centimeter. That's pretty much on an eyelid. That's noticeable.
Yes.
That's not a very, very small laceration. That's on an eyelid. If you get it here, I think most punches you get would probably open up like a centimeter and a half if you get punched in the face.
Would be here on the
Thank you,
front and the
Patrick
left
W.
aspect.
Welcome to the
Abrasions
Goat Herd.
are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then
You have awesome new emojis.
there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct?
Yeah, face
yes.
laceration, especially in that area above the eye, that's in the boxing world, that's a game stopper because
Especially
they'll
if
bleed
you're
like
drinking.
heck.
Also, thank you, Patrick W., for gifting a membership, and that went to Zenden. So welcome to the Church of Mo. We have the Triangle of True Crime, Fun Times, and Sarcasm. Also dark chocolate, so it's not really a triangle.
And Patrick V gifted a broken Baker membership. We don't have anything, but you gifted the memberships to the experts. So now he gets access to nothing that he didn't have access to begin with. But I appreciate it anyway. He gets access to notifications and the Zoo Bird.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm such a bad.
Why isn't he using the head diagram? There's a specific diagram for the head where she
Maybe
indicated
he's building
all
it
of...
up.
God, Hank, you suck today.
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations of injuries made that you described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids, and that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, move this into evidence and ask for the instruction.
Okay.
No different, Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scordi-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it.
That's BS.
I have never heard that instruction in my entire trial watching, and I've been here for 2 years. Have you ever heard it, Baker?
Never. Evidence is evidence, and you look at all the evidence. You don't. Oh, my fifis can't take a little blood. Well, get out.
You're obligated to take all of the evidence into account.
Yeah.
Baker, are you allowed to opt out of looking at sad and terrible photos or hearing terrible things when you're a lay juror?
I've told this many a times. I had a murder case where she was so badly injured that her head looked like an orange football. You couldn't determine facial features. My co-layman started doing the. I've sat with where we were watching. Probably the worst were the 14-year-old describing that almost 50-year-old man who. And
wood chipper American.
Yeah. And I just have to sit there and take my notes, and I can't say, oh, kid cases, sorry, I'm out. Because justice works for everyone, even the worst people on the planet. Again, I spent 2 hours in court today for 10 minutes of testimony. That's why I'm a little pissy, because I wasted so much time. But
well,
we have
thank
to sit
you for
there.
listening to their stories, Baker. I know it's not easy.
To it. It's evidence.
Yeah.
It's just, you get used to it, sadly. The expert were the first streamer I joined as a member. I feel sorry for you. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
No, the expert is a fun guy, and everyone should go follow him because he has the best Friday night live show.
He does.
Sometimes Mo is on.
I am.
And you can follow our Dollywood adventures there.
These photos
Less than 3
are not
weeks.
pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or
Like the goats, great coverage. Maybe your goats should be the jury and let them chew on the facts. Well, I'll tell you this. They would have had a better verdict than the last jury. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you.
I've just never had a case where we actually the one where I caught him, the murder case. We were sitting in back then we had like a jury room where all jurors met before we got out into different cases, and I was talking with another guy who was also emergency called in, they caught a case where they had to look at 250 very graphic toddler pics. So I said, I'm happy I caught a murder case.
Oh, heck no.
So when people say, well, I would like to be on a jury, sometimes you don't get a fun murder case. You get gigabytes of toddler pictures. And then you will go home and you probably get really drunk. I've had to drink every time I've had kitty cases. Luckily, only caught 2 so far, but I've
thank you
drank
again
every
for
time.
doing it, because it's not easy to see those. And thank you for the first responders, not anyone from Canton, that come on these scenes that look at this gross stuff and put these monsters away. Although I'm saying Lord Chippy is available, why are we paying taxes for these a-holes? But I'm not in charge of anything allegedly in Minecraft, of course.
It's just something we play.
To the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
Okay. The last exhibit is exhibit 156.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, can you show the jury? And Doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
Oh, and thank you, Anime Rumpy, for gifting 2 Rumble members. I don't know, Rumbleless? I don't know what it is. 3 Rumble memberships. Thank you so much.
Rumblers?
I've been watching, but hubby's home, so I haven't commented as much because of that. Love to Mo, Baker, and Val. Thank you, Inspired.
Thank you so much.
And let's call them Anime Rumbled 3 people. And now I need a bio break.
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid.
As a bouncer, have you ever seen someone get a small cut in their eye and nose when they're knuckled, if you will?
The neck
Yeah,
collar
I got
are also present
Especially
here.
if you're wearing
and
rings or
the
something.
injury, which I noted was
wrestled
on
in high
the
school,
front
and
and
I
left side of
split.
his
I don't
nose,
remember
which you
which eye,
cannot see
but
here
the
because this
eyelid
is looking at the right
got
side of his
split
face.
open, and it
Take that
was
down,
a pain
please.
in the ass.
You
So it's
mentioned
like right
that
in
there
the
was something
crease,
about his eyes that was
open
notable.
wide.
Yes,
It
there
just
was bleeding or
pain in the
hemorrhage,
butt.
as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? Yes. May I approach your arm?
Yes.
Was his nose broken?
Another photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this in there. No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were 2 abrasions, 2 scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here, and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Squadabella?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
Okay, so
I'd
he
like to
had
move
rib
to
fractures
the
to
arms and
the
hands.
anterior
Come down just a
due to
little bit.
resuscitation.
Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any
CPR.
observations regarding
Yeah.
Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
Can we move that down a little
move
bit?
it down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow. Doesn't wanna
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
There may be a second.
have it
point.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side, and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front, there was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach your arm?
Yes.
Dr. handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
That's fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when he was examined?
Yes.
What is the evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury. And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
That looks like where you get
Yes,
an IV.
There's one
I'm not-
here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I
Okay,
did not
well,
put
but
that
he
in
was
my report. I just described
cold
it
and
as a.
not alive. So how did he form a bruise? Well, no, I take that back. I'm smarted myself out. They hooked him up to a ventilator, hooked him up to cardiac resuscitation. So his body is still technically doing stuff because it's medically aided. So he would create a bruise. Maybe. Don't take that as
Yeah, he would
gospel.
create this bruise because it looks like there's puncture wounds in this one, but he wouldn't create. Is this ligament? What's this?
His knuckles.
What? Why is he his? And this knuckle? Valhalla, help me out. Swollen?
Could be.
Looked pretty swollen to me.
That could be lividity on his hand, I guess.
Yeah,
All right.
This one, but this
Yeah.
one, and you have this, but I'm just trying to. No, my knuckle doesn't pop like that.
Okay, question to someone who's not in a lot of physical altercations. Wouldn't the knuckles be more hurt here? I don't know how you punch. Do you punch people with your knuckles or your fingers? I feel like I don't
Depends
know.
on how good you're trained. You
Hopefully your knuckles.
You try and do it with these two knuckles, because if you do it with these two, you'll break your entire arm.
The only thing
Because
I know is
these
not
are
to tuck your
connected
thumb.
You don't put your thumb in, because then you'll break that. Because of some people will say that you should do it because it'll stiffen up, but it'll just make it fucked up, and you'll break.
Don't do that.
You'll break.
Don't do that.
But some people do it because they'll say, "Oh, do this because then there's more power behind your punch.
You're
It
gonna
doesn't
break
move."
your
Okay,
thumb.
now
That's the stupidest
when
thing
do I
I've ever heard.
employ the Steven Seagal?
Only in knife fights.
Never.
Hey,
Works
I
in
run a
knife
bit
fights.
like Steven Seagal, so I feel like I'm seen.
He's not
Which
running
is not
anywhere. I
at
saw
all.
him at the Victory Day parade in Russia.
No
He's
crap.
fatter than I am.
He and
That dude's
I are
barely walking.
non-runners now.
But normally, if you've been a trained puncher, you will try and hit with the two leading knuckles. But again, if you're in a frantic, you'll just swing away. Most people can't fight. Most of us, you learn all the skills and say, "Hey, duck your head down, because take it in your forehead, because that's the hardest part of the
It's
body."
full on middle school for me. We're going windmill in this bitch.
Yeah, and that's actually how most street fights go. It'll just be, again, a monkey and a football. But his middle knuckle just looks swollen to me. But it could be that he had it broken before, so it's always protruding or something. But it's just, this is very different from.
Well, also, if he got ambushed and didn't have a time to, again, Chloe takes him, he tries to flail, and that's on his right arm. So Chloe already has it, so he probably isn't punching with that. I do want to see the left hand.
Well, he could actually have Chloe attacking him, letting go again, because there's multiple. To me, it looks like multiple attacks, and then fighting that off, because you would probably club a dog. You would clobber a dog more because it's lower to you. So if someone is yanking at you and she's grabbing at it, you would most likely be clubbing instead of punching.
The confusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those two small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
Okay. I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1.
Oh, let's get the dog bite picture back
Exhibit
on.
number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound or the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin.
Giggity.
For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw.
So she won't testify this is a car. You can turn around and say, well, so she doesn't believe it's a dog. Well, she doesn't believe it's a car either because she has no idea how it happened.
And I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn the
more
lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Penny, photograph, you recognize this in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it fair and accurate depiction of how his knee appeared to the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to the evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
159.
Baker, was that a Leslie?
Yeah, now Leslie will do this one.
With the court's permission,
I
I'd like
thought
to show
so,
the
but I
jury
didn't want to
9467.
assume.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please.
Oh, that's when Lally
And
claimed
you didn't see any similar
that
type
shows
of
he was
bruising or
hit by a
abrasions on
car.
the left knee.
No.
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his 4th and 5th ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures or are they connected as one?
The 4th and the 5th, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Was there laceration of the spleen, the
I'd like to show
liver?
you a
Were
different
there
diagram, one of
internal injuries?
the head area.
Only
Big
rib
large
fractures
bottom
connected
right.
to CPR.
Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion
Where?
over it that would have been here.
Where?
So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Can I move this into evidence?
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
This is a preemptive move to get ahead of the Commonwealth. He has so many bad witnesses in his case that he needs to get. This is like tearing the Band-Aid somewhat off, and he needs to do it because he will have the forensic brain expert come in and tell that this lady was wrong about the head wound.
But he has to get the bad facts out there, because if he doesn't, the defense will bring them out and it looks like he's hiding them. So it's better to get those bad facts out yourself than have the opposing side bring them out. That's why they're not objecting to, all of the Higgins text on the defense, because they're bad facts. Karen was searching for another dude, but you have to get those out there. You can't, fight them. Otherwise it looks like you're hiding something, which...
And he's already hiding the lead investigator. So this is tactic to get her, and then he will get a better expert to determine that she's not good at her job.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes.
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take it down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination. After the external is performed, the pictures are taken, then we proceed to the internal examination of both as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally?
She's not good enough for the Commonwealth because she won't say what they want her to say. It's not that she doesn't do her job correctly. It's just because she doesn't find the findings that the Commonwealth wants her to find. So don't take this as a criticism of her job. Take it as a criticism from the Commonwealth that she's not willing to say the words they want. Remember, there is a text out there. It's a rookie move that you couldn't get her to change the manner of death.
Behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected, or when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of
the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the jury needs a smoke break after that.
Hey, even though we are always late, we are just in time. So far, nothing really damning has come up for the Commonwealth. But remember, this is the best version you will get. And she has so far testified she don't know how the abrasions appeared on his arm. Can't really tell you how the abrasions appeared on his hand. The discoloration could be ligament, but not ligament. Lividity. Sorry. And that mark to if they are going to do the Lally thing and claim that very black, it kind of looked like someone had put out a cigar on his leg.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like to me. It looked like a burn mark or a mole.
Yeah.
It did not look like it looked like there was bruising. I'll give them that. It looks like there was bruising around the knee that wasn't really from any particular origin. It was kind of amorphous as a shape. But that black bit, I don't know.
That's how I describe my body type on Tinder. Amorphous.
Anamorpheus, animal-like.
No, indescribable, just more.
I will say this is
like
the most chaotic. Something is wrong with Hank. Hank normally, as dumb as his strategy is, has a plan with witnesses, and he's jumping all over the place with her.
What a sick woman. Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, death doctors are weird people. I'm sorry to say it. That's weird.
I mean, it was going to be my perfect job because I don't people and they don't talk back. But then I learned I had to deal with blood, and I faint at blood. So I'm streaming.
Imagine being a loved one from John and hearing what they did with his brain, so heavily touching. Maybe that's why Peck isn't in the room today.
Yeah, and it's not because they want to desecrate the body. It's because they need to find out, the fractures. And they do try to make it so if you're laying them to rest, you can, the body isn't all, redonkulous.
And what kind of medical examiner don't know where the scratches come from? Most of them. Because most scratches, if you have a significant other, just go over his body and see how many scratches that he has that he says, I have a scratch there. If he has four lines going on his back, don't ask about those.
That's a different kind of scratch.
That he would probably know where that came from, and you would probably catch charges after finding out. But I bet you if you looked at your body right now, you'll find scratches you didn't know what is. And a scratch is a scratch. But these deep gouging scratches, it could be everything. It could be anything. There's no way to determine it is exactly a dog.
So I do have questions about the scratches on his arms. So they are fairly insignificant. They didn't get into the muscle, the fat, or anything. Now, do we have comparative dog bite exemplars? I guess
you can find. Brandy had a canine trainer on who had a dummy arm.
I'll have to looked
exactly like the same thing. But again, what was the situation? Because in a perfect situation where the dog grabs on, gets a full bite, and he keeps his arms steady, that'll be something.
And he had
another
clothing
one
on.
where this is going on. It's the hurricane. You don't know how the dog got there. It might be grabbing. It's kind of hanging on with the shirt. It gets one paw up there. You can't tell that this is that. What you can tell is it's not a knife, because it's not consistent with a knife wound.
Yeah, I was just wondering again, because these are some questions I've had for a long time.
But again, that's why she can't determine these are dog bites, because there's no way to. It could be consistent with is one of the, because he asked her to any degree of medical certainty, and she said, "I can't do that." But you can speculate and say, "Is it consistent?" Yeah, but that's because that's a way you have to present it in court. That's what Dr. Russell did wrong. And Bev said that's why she needed a voir dire, because she didn't use the magic word.
Yeah.
I will say that also experts who are very analytical, very looking for the problem, are not going to commit to anything they don't know. I mean, this is not their first time in court, and you would think Brennan would know that.
He does, but he also knows that he has to get ahead of it, and by stating that, they can't ask, is it consistent with a dog bite? Because she already said, I don't know. And the rib fractures, but no bruising, it's because of CPR. The fourth and the fifth,
ribs.
Fourth and fifth ribs is where you normally would do CPR. So his injuries to the chest is compressions.
Also, I just touched myself, but it is mid-sternum. So it would be right between.
I touched
now, the problem is when gravity takes hold and they're like right between, the nurples. And I'm like, okay, like when they were 18 or when they're now my current age, because we have some questions. The CPR person said he'd never been asked that.
Been asked what?
Never been asked, okay, where gravity had my nurples at 18 or where gravity has them now.
Oh, the CPR guy. What CPR guy?
I went to a first aid thing when I first had children, because children and mine. So when he said between the nurples, I was like, question as a lady, like now nurples or like 18-year-old nurples before gravity, because there's difference.
Do we know if they hooked him up to a heart-lung machine to try to resuscitate and warm him? I believe they had him attached to a. Well, he was on life support for a little while, right? So they had him.
Yeah, you could see the tube going up under the sheets when you saw his legs.
Wait,
that's to
did they do
infuse,
the bone? Did they do the infusion into the bone?
That's why they had the tube in his leg to get into his thigh bone. It's pretty good.
Interbonal IVs are insane.
Interosteal.
Whatever it's called. The medics, when I was in the Army, the medics had this like 6 or 16 prong needle thing that they were supposed to put in your sternum. And the medics in the Army, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but usually when they practice medical stuff, they practice on each other. So they actually had to put those things into each other. Oh my God.
I'm so glad I failed
when we had to do the.
I was going to be a medic.
I loved when we had to do the the histamine.
The EpiPen.
EpiPen, yeah. Because we were supposed to jam it, and we were just given a fake one, but they will always show us a real one where they said, okay, and when you punch it, keep it down, and this needle will protrude, and there was a big ass needle coming out of it, and everyone was like, and now do it to yourself, and everyone, and people were just, and it was just a dummy pen, just to, okay, you can understand that if you get in a gas attack where you'll probably be coughing your lungs up anyway, because we teach you stuff that will never work, but then you jam this in your legs, and you'll still cough your lungs up, but it'll just take a little longer. But everyone was screaming and thinking, oh, I just got penetrated by a big needle.
Atropine.
Still, atropine.
The atropine Yeah. That's not histamine. That's a heart race.
Yeah, that's adrenaline, basically.
Yeah. That's the one they tell you you're supposed to take for like nerve gas, right? I think.
It's yeah.
Yeah, right.
The 911 call handed off to 3 different operators is very unusual. Karen not remembering where she dropped him off would be her downfall. Doing the dog interviews were insane. I would being duped. I think so. There was 2 different operators. Karen not remembering, I don't think will be her downfall. That would be the documentary. I still don't think there's anywhere near enough to get anyone who still claims that it's beyond reasonable doubt that she intentionally killed John O'Keefe, which is a prerequisite for second-degree murder, are lying. No one out there who has watched Trial 1 and Trial 2 believes that Karen Read intentionally killed John O'Keefe. If they tell you that, it's because they're lying or they don't want to face what we have seen in court. There's no way anyone can claim it. I know Caffey Daffy and all the other idiots who are friends of the MSP will try and claim it. But you can't watch this and say that this is beyond reasonable doubt. The medical examiner won't tell you how the injuries occurred. No one can give me a reason why a lady who was very lovey-dovey in a 5-minute drive all of a sudden got flashbacks to Nam and said, Aruba's in the trees, man, Aruba's in the trees. Becky's mom, I'm going to effing kill you.
Got it going on.
And then you can't tell me that there's any explanation that a trained 46-year-old police officer in pretty decent shape just stood in the road and waited to get hit without any injuries. If anyone will sell you that ticket, they are lying. You can't convince me otherwise that anyone who have seen it. Could she potentially get the OVI manslaughter? And can people believe that? I think so. Because that doesn't require intent. So people could think, well, maybe when she drove off, she hit him and he fell and then he hit the fire hydrant and they just fucked up the crime scene. I can believe some jurors will go for that. We saw that in the first trial as well. But there's no way. This should have never have been a second-degree manslaughter case. Joke for the days. Are your knees swollen or did you just go bra feet?
Thank you, Patrick.
Timberman had a pretty good one, too.
Yeah, Timberman was pretty funny.
Eris thinks that she will go to prison. I don't. Well, if she gets a lesser included OVI, I think the maximum is 15 years. But Bev must also take into consideration what the fuck she's been sitting through. And I still believe, and I don't trust juries. I've been a juror for 14 years. I don't trust them, especially in America, because it's just people who don't want to be there, who has to be sitting there for months.
I wanted to be there.
Yeah, but you want it. But the people who get elected is the people who don't want to be there. The people who just want to get out of there, and they don't want to have one more mediocre chicken and parm from D&E Pizza. So they just want to find a conviction. My guess is still that they will be fighting over some kind of DUI charge against her because she admitted she was drunk. But not enough to call it DUI manslaughter. Or OVI, because everyone is always in Massachusetts, OVI. It's the same.
Yeah,
no, it's a vehicle, not an. I don't know what the other one is.
A helicopter?
A helicopter. Manslaughter is still 20 years, but I don't think you can get to a manslaughter. It's, yeah. We also have a word. What? I don't know.
And
by the way,
Mel
it's
66A. I don't believe all the glass was planted. The problem with the state's case, and I'm not a big conspiracy person, is that none of this was treated like a regular case. None of it was given the care the regular case would have. They were using, red Solo cups. They were using, leaf blowers. My problem is with the investigation and the investigation alone. Now, do I buy into the planted stuff? But my problem is it wasn't done correctly. None of this was done with, the attention to detail that is required for a murder case. So,
and this is why I say no one out there can at this point believe beyond a reasonable doubt. They can think she hated him. They can think, well, maybe they were breaking up because, yeah, she was out getting attention. I actually saw a really great video about that yesterday about a young woman, I think from the South, maybe a little religious, who was asked, why don't you ever... Someone's ringing my door.
Oh.
Someone's ringing his doorbell. And it's not
yeah,
that late.
and here's the thing. I have a personal beef against cheaters. I don't like that Karen was talking to Higgins because, ew, aim higher. But she could be a cheater. She can be a heifer. She can be a mecha thunder cow. She still deserves the same level of justice as the nun across the street, because that is our system.
Agreed. I was watching Coffin Dapper.
How desperate was she to go for Higgins, though? Ew. Again, double ew.
She thought he was hot.
Does she have glaucoma, too?
Well,
to be fair, maybe, fluffy and, teddy bear-like with no game is also her jam. Because I'm like tall, white, and nerdy, so I get it.
John wasn't, though. John wasn't fluffy. He was in pretty good shape.
Maybe she was changing it up. Maybe she's like, you know what? I need to find me a fluffy guy.
I think they call them badge bunnies, where they tend to date cops. The cop being...
To be fair, they do have access to handcuffs. Kind of a selling
That's fair. That's fair.
Mr. Mo was like, I used to be a correctional officer. I was like, do you still have the belt? He's like, why would I? I was like, good doy.
You should get a belt, Mr. Mo.
I told him, okay, I know this is bad, but those shoulder holsters? He's like, I don't wear firearms. I was like, would you? Maybe I'm as bad as Higgins because I just randomly say these things in Walmart instead of like in appropriate places. But I think of them at the wrong times. And then with, CRPS, I don't know if I'm going to remember again. So I'll just spit them out.
I like it.
Yeah, Mr. Mo doesn't take me in public most times.
He just puts you on the internet.
Well, at least I have friends. He's like, you found friends to talk trials. And then he's like, so what did you do today? And I'm like, Higgins is dumb. And he's like, that's not good. He's like, don't you have friends to talk about this with?
I'm curious to see what happens on Cross here.
Yeah, can we just speed through direct and go straight to Cross?
Oh, I
know that's a bad precedent, but I say in this trial, we get nothing from this state. We speed through direct and just do Cross.
I'd be okay with it.
Pureblood Warrior says, why do you think the boy did not testify? Did he refuse? And is the girl threatened to do it? I don't think threatened. So
they didn't issue a subpoena for the girl. So she came in on her own free will or whatever. But that could also be a lot of pressure from the family,
I don't think threatened, but I do think there is pressure. I think, again, if Peggy and I don't know Papa very well, and let me just say this. No parent should have to watch or be in a courtroom listening to an autopsy of their child. So I get their mega hate boner for Karen if they actually believe that Karen did it. I get that. But it can also, all that grief can turn you into a really hard, hateful person. And I think that maybe Peg is struggling with that. And there would be a lot of pressure as a kid to, get justice for your uncle, who is kind of your father figure. So it might not be actual threats, but I do see there being a lot of pressure to kind of shade her answers or things like that.
Well, in all fairness, she's young, right? And surrounded by people that have been telling her Karen Read killed her Uncle John for years. So it's probably less pressure on her as opposed to just, brainwashing, for lack of a better term.
It's also kind of a survival thing. If Peg isn't the most warm and loving person, but she gives you positive reinforcement when you bash Karen, and that's where you get positivity. This is all speculation, you guys. I don't know what happens in that house. I've never met these people. This is rank speculation. But if she does get positive reinforcement from that, that's what you do. It's a survival mechanism. These kids have been in survival mode for nearly all of their lives. And one way you survive is being a people pleaser, is changing your, your stance to whatever the people around you are so that you can be loved and you can get support. That being said, I'm not a doctorologist or a therapistologist, so take it with a ramen noodle packet of sodium.
Back to session immediately.
So you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, over here or?
Do we think
A lot of
Bev
sidebars this morning.
Well, do you think Bev got calls from higher judges saying, did you try to deny a sidebar from the defense? Like, do you know they're watching us? I wonder if there's any communication. Again, rank speculation. I'm going to have to get a speculation hat so people know when I'm speculating. Do they sell tinfoil hats?
You just buy the tinfoil and make the hat yourself. It's not that hard.
I get cut when I play with tinfoil. I have issues. Well, we have the heavy duty tinfoil.
I was going to say, get thinner tinfoil. Get the cheap stuff. Get a little.
Yeah, but then when you make baked potato, it tears.
Well, just buy it for your hat, Mo. It's like
fair
$3. I'm sure somebody will super chat you enough to buy some aluminum foil for a tinfoil
Poor Mr.
hat.
Mo, he deals with this on the regular. Can you imagine? Because I am at 11 Mo. I'm usually at a 7 Mo with Mr. Mo, but this is what he has to deal with at all time. Pray for Mr. Mo. Light a candle for him.
I would say, let's go. That's funny. I was reading the First Amendment thing because she's got the buffer zone, right? It went up to the appeals court. The appeals court said, hey, you should take a look at this. And she, like Baker was saying earlier, she basically just said it. Like it didn't appear to me that anything changed. She just kind of reiterated what she did the first time. So I'm interested to see what happens there. They'll probably smack her for that. But I'm sure the judges in this courthouse are all talking, right? I'm sure they're all up to speed with what the circus is in their town.
Well, and I'm basing this on sort of the Daryl Brooks thing where the judge, I think, got calls from higher ups to kind of change the way she was running her court. And you could kind of tell a difference later in the trial when maybe she got a little bit of a talk about control your damn courtroom. The problem with Daryl Brooks is you needed a Borowski. He was not going to listen to a woman.
He wasn't going to listen to anybody. It wouldn't
No, but Borowski would have put him in the side room and not let him come back because he's being a good boy and he super promises this time.
Well, and Borowski wouldn't have he wouldn't have explained every little action that he had.
Oh my
he certainly wouldn't have made the claim, "You're scaring me," to the defendant. That would have never happened.
No, he'd be like, "I'll meet you outside my office." And thank you so much, M Spire, for the cheap tinfoil. I actually have my physical therapy this afternoon, so I might go, or I might send Mr. Mo, because my physical therapy is basically my insurance pays for my torture.
That sucks.
Well, so it's not for normal people, it wouldn't be bad, but what they do is, in theory, annoying and overstimulating my leg will eventually desensitize it. Now, that doesn't math out to me, but I'm not a doctorologist, so I'm going to trust the doctorologist for now.
I thought, Marissa, I may have misread, I guess. I thought it said something about the extended areas.
Monty G, I did not, but I saw an article about it. There's so many cases and
Courthouse
things.
property.
Valhalla, do you ever feel like as a streamer, you're running as fast as you can, but there's always so much more things that you want to comment on or talk about or trials, and you don't have enough time?
Well, sort of. I don't know.
I'm glad I'm not
Maybe.
the only one. Yeah, but Valhalla, you're so late. I want to be you when I grow up. Like just
No, you don't.
very comfortable in myself.
I promise you don't.
You don't want to be
It's not
me.
fun in here, Mo. It's not fun in here.
Look, my nebulas of thought are confusing even to me. Mr. Mo's like, how are you feeling? I was like, honestly, if I knew, I would tell you, but I can't tell you right now because feelings are hard. And if you want a more like middle of the fence lawyer, you know, we are just here pretty much. The state hasn't proved not one daggone thing to me.
No, and that's the obligation of the state is to prove their case without a doubt, right? So we haven't got there yet. Not by a long shot.
And that's what ticks me off. If you do a job, if you take an oath, do it. Don't do 10% of a half-assed job, because that's what was happening here.
It didn't seem to matter last trial, though, because they didn't prove shit last trial, and that jury had no concept of what reasonable doubt is. They were talking about shit that had nothing
I wonder
to do
if Bev will allow that demonstrative that shows the kind of reasonable doubt, like a display, you know.
Demonstrative.
They have some
You had the right word.
visuals.
I need a new place with no neighbors. I don't have time. Yeah, but can I just show you?
Well,
I saw one.
I'm going to give you those both marked for ID.
Saw one Lori clip where the judge asked her, "Are you done now? How do you think we can ask people if you know of you without using your name?" Or the Lori Vello.
Oh.
Why did they go to the sidebar?
Don't know.
Unless
they came back
he
from
asked
break.
for one.
They came back from break. Bev was like, "You wanted to see me," and he was like, "Yes, Your Honor." And they went up there, and this is as far as we've got.
Oh, I thought they had already blown up, and that's why.
No, not yet. Hadn't even started.
More comfortable, doctor, for now.
We did get a few super chats while you were gone.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir. I gotta say, my favorite part of the trial is when OnlyFan is on and y'all are chatting, because almost everybody in this trial is unbearable, unless you're
in the trailer. He's sitting in a trailer with all his lot lizards. Brandon, Tutti Frutti Baker gave the Smex worker the wrong time. Yes.
Thank you, M. Spire, for the cheap tinfoil. I'm making a speculation tinfoil hat.
Outstanding.
And then T-Rex Trucking and more. Thank you for the super chat. The inner machinations of Mo's mind are even an enigma to her. And that is correct. No lie detected. 100% true.
Hey, as long as it's your squirrels, have them running all around the place.
I didn't hear any of that, man.
You kind of roboted out.
Yeah. I said as long as it's your squirrels, let them run free.
There you go. That worked.
Have you noticed
that
I
time.
don't really stop them?
Bev rolls her own cigs.
What's going on in this trial today?
Nobody knows. This is the most ridiculous. They're just standing there. I think they're about ready to do the Pledge of Allegiance. That's what's happening.
Yeah, and someone was saying earlier that we should talk less and listen more to the evidence, but there's no evidence.
Well, and the problem with us is that we've already seen this trial. So if it's stuff we've already seen, so we do try to be quiet and pause. But if it's something egregious, we might have verbal outburst. Karen looks nice today.
Well, she looks guilty, and the way she purses her lips, that's clearly because she's guilty. I saw the most heinous comment today by Valhalla's good friend, Masshole Mafia, Kate Krusty Pandies. Wishing the big C on someone else's kids. And people wonder why we don't like her.
What?
What?
Yeah.
She's a terrible human.
Yeah, I don't understand how you can...
This is the official spokesperson for the McAlbert clan.
Also, on Caffey Daffy's, again, Caffey Daffy, I know you probably don't listen to me because I kind of torched you for the Maya Kowalski thing, but you are going to get your channel nuked. So have fun with that with this chick.
No kidding.
It's your nut Baker. Thank you.
And I bet she's like, I'm a Christian. She probably wears a crucifix.
Yeah, that's always there. I'm a Christian.
Well, as the world's worst Christian, I can tell you that I'm pretty sure in Deuteronomy it says, do not wish cancer upon other people's kids.
If it doesn't, it probably should. Let's be
Well,
fair.
in the book of Mo, chapter Dillhole, verse 1, chapter 2, chapter 2, verse 1, do not wish injury upon other people's kids unless you're a Dillhole.
I was arguing with that
Sterny,
salty Sterno yesterday. And I said, she needed a hug. And she said, well, I have a spouse and kids. And I said, well,
I wasn't
I hope they don't grow up to be like you. And I think that's a nice thing to say. Because she's a dillweed.
She is a Dillhole.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the injuries to the exterior.
Did the audio get worse?
And we had talked about your observation.
I don't think he's near the mic.
The fractures in his skull and also
Do you have
your
it
observation of
boosted?
Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine, and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report?
Of course. That's I actually think mostly women sign up for it, but yeah.
Saw it before?
Yes.
All right, introduce this as the next exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. I have that in front of me.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In your experience, Doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay, and was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology,
Yes.
what is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor?
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at.
It's the man who said homoglobin. He can't say ethanol.
Yeah, and who said a hematuba?
Hematuba, that's what, not a homoglobin. But hematuba.
After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes. The cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death, in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand,
Yeah, but did she find Warner spots?
Not saying
How did
to a
she
reasonable
confirm the
degree
hypothermia other than
of
he was
medical
outside?
certainty that hypothermia was the
His
cause
body
of death.
temperature was like
Not the
80
primary.
degrees.
It contributed, but the primary cause
True.
of death was blunt impact
But
injuries
was
of
there
head.
medical findings
Did
of
you
it?
learn what Mr.
Because
O'Keefe's
there are
body
sometimes
temperature
findings.
was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
98.6.
There.
Regarding
Can you pause,
the
Baker? I know
blunt-
something, and I'd like to spit it out. So, they are discussing whether 98.6, because I run low, is actually too high as the human body temperature. They started using 98.6 during the Middle Ages, kind of that kind of time, when a lot of people had undiagnosed syphilis, and other diseases. So they do think that the basal body temperature of a human might be somewhat lower, not by a lot, but just an interesting factoid.
As long as it's undiagnosed, they can't claim you spread it.
Force
Yeah.
injuries.
When it gets
as
to the
cause
tertiary
of
level,
death to
though,
Mr.
kind of
O'Keefe.
noticeable.
At some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
Ooh.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes,
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
yes. There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are
I'm not a doctor.
stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate, in this case, stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is he getting slower, or is it just because we have it at normal speed? He's really annoyingly slow.
Do we know?
It will.
Was she the medical examiner for the Birchmore?
Doctor, I'm handing you a document.
I think she was.
You recognize that document.
How did she find that manner of death?
Yes.
What is it?
I wonder.
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document as accurate?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Jemima says she doesn't think she did Birchmore.
162.
It's still officially from the 31st of March, a self-deletion.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days pass, have you done any further study or investigation on
I would
this
expect
case?
it to be.
No.
It was staged that way, right? So like
Thank
that
you. I have
makes
no further
sense.
questions.
Wow, it took us 6 weeks to get my sister's death certificate here in Oz. Seems kind of a long time.
Oh, well, I'm sorry for your loss.
I think we got it. My dad's when he died. I think we got it fairly quick.
Yeah.
I bought 10.
What? You bought?
I bought
10?
10 certificates. I don't know why, but I was told to get multiple, and I just figured I never wanted to go back to that office, so I bought 10.
Could you have just got one and photocopied it?
Well, that makes perfect sense right now, but a lot of places need the seal and everything officially, so you can close bank accounts
May
and
I,
things
Your
like
Honor?
that.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Good morning.
Oh, Wesley flirty.
Maria del Mar Capo Martinez is the one who did the first autopsy. And then Michael Baden did one. He's the one who raised doubts about it.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners?
I mean, I got to have
consideration.
something to
Do I
do with
have
my
that
free
right?
time.
Yes.
So, in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors, which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident. You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed. Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with this, conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information
The stream just glitched.
information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my the police.
You consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records. Is it Therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being
Sleuthie Goosey has
well-grounded
a
in
lot of
general
stuff
medical knowledge?
from this trial. You
Yes.
might be able to
Is
look it up.
another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy, correct?
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies and cardiac.
Again, this is just to set up that when they get the brain doctor there, he has no knowledge about how a dead brain would look.
Except he's a neuropathologist. So the pathologist means that he does study the injuries to the brain and things like that.
Yeah, but he doesn't know what impacted it in the same way as a pathologist.
No. Okay.
So
yeah, you're right.
So he will cut into the brain and says, yeah, that's a big lump there. But he only looks at the brain. He doesn't look at the entirety of the picture.
He is not holistic.
It's not holistic. It's not holistic.
He's not a holistical doctor.
Yeah.
The surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific.
I'll wait till a break. So my question was, so in her office, there is a neuropathologist. Did they go out and just get a neurologist? Because I'm guessing if Dr. Scortibello works close with a neurologist, then he's also going to come back with undetermined. So did they go out and get a new neurologist?
If you listen to her previous testimony, she said she sent it to the neuropathologist at Boston that works with them.
But
so she had the lady with the tattoo. She was the neuropathologist who looked at the neuroscientist. Yeah, but they're getting a new one of those to tell you that it's the brain rattling in the can that made him die because of the car.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he's a neurosurgeon, not a pathologist.
Then
this is why they want. This is why we are preferences this saying the lady with the tattoos, she knows what she's doing because she works with deaf people. The other guy, not so much.
Method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involve the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method. And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian. Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office, or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish
This is January
a photograph
21st.
which your Honor has and
31st.
stipulated.
Oh, yeah, because I thought.
And this is the one.
So they
He wasn't dead yet.
autopsied him a week before he died.
Yes.
Oh, that's a shitty day.
It's like you have to train to be the autopsy dummy today.
They have called him former proctor many times.
Exhibit 100.
And I think that's a new strategy because all the defense attorneys have started using that of late.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordy-Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scordy-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes.
And if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
It appears to be, correct.
Right. So you testified earlier.
Does this one have booties on and this one has the standard issued MSP shoe? Because everyone wears this shoe in the MSP. But if this one has booties on, why doesn't this one have booties on? It looks like this guy has covers on his shoes.
Maybe he was outside. They didn't seem to give a whole lot of craps with the clothes. They stayed in, what Yuri's truck for 10 hours.
They also questioned people about the previous trial in Wadir, so I don't know why we're dancing around that for a bit. Because it's technical. Guy on the right about to pull a departed maneuver.
Here, if I correct, officer, the chief medical examiner?
Yes, he was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, and it's Westfield?
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you were at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like sign in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct?
Yeah, she just said that.
Yes.
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
Correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who they are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police. But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not going to ask you more.
Your memory
questions.
doesn't get better after 2 years?
Everyone else's does?
Yeah, we are finished with that.
Yeah.
You could hand that to the, thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
Yes, approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any...
She wasn't privy to that text, so it can't come in through her.
Additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there has to be a pretty good reason why you want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined. And I want to, if I could with you, pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came to toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I'll let that one stand.
It's lawn and crim.
You had performed all of
I
the
don't have
medical
sponsors.
investigation
Other than
and
you,
analysis
wonderful
that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something that more that you wanted to do on the medical side, you and you had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct? And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now to back up a little bit with regard to
drinks
the
water
autopsy,
like that?
as you stated, it was
Yeah,
conducted.
I was
just wanna
wondering,
do a little
she
bit
puts
of
her
a
whole
timeline,
mouth on the
on
thing.
January
Not-
31st of 2022.
I thought it was just me noticing weird stuff.
That's what's called subtle hints to a lesson.
Sorry.
We discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
I love it.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
Why? She's a medical. It's not a big secret. Why object to her testifying that? Yeah, I know her. She has
Oh
a
my
degree.
gosh, that smile says "screw you, Hank," and "screw you, all troopers," because you know that call was like, "You must say this," and she's like, "No." And now she is. That smile is a face of "I'ma get you." I love you, Miss Scorty Bello.
Fanabanca is good. Fanamenta is also good.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
So, with regard to Dr. Stonebridge,
nice.
Would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustain.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
Yes. I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Again, I don't know if it's because can you use one witness to testify about the qualifications of another witness? That's probably the problem here. But
well, and probably testifying about what she did because she didn't do it.
Unless she was there witnessing.
Yeah. But it's they did the same with Bukaki to talk about how great a police officer Proctor was. That was okay, but now because
that's different. That was the Commonwealth. Don't.
So
remember where we are, Baker.
Sorry.
Way I'm reading this, and I could be very wrong. The state is still going to call this Dr. Stonebridge, but they also got, or they're not going to call Stonebridge. So they have
hired a neurosurgeon to do her job because she didn't do the right job. They're not using her to impeach her. They're using her to boost her credentials.
Yes. So you take a pathologist and then you take a surgeon. A surgeon doesn't do pathology. This is ridiculous. I can't.
How can you keep the doctor specialization out of court as part of the job title? You can't, but you can keep out that another doctor says, "Oh, she's really good," or she couldn't suture a straight line down the back of someone. She's absolutely horrible. Oh, you're gonna call her? Oh, well,
good luck.
Wink, wink. Don't ask her about hypothermia. If you know, you know. I know med students do. And don't look at her weird and missing right toe. That you can't do that because that's the problem here. They want to have this lady testify there is no better in the land. And then Alessi will say, when they are asking the neurosurgeons, that, but so you're claiming that the very best neuropathologist in Massachusetts got it wrong. And for those of you who didn't remember her, she was the lady with the sleeve tattoos, which I have to say, and it's because I go to court a lot, I thought she was dressed inappropriate for court for an expert. Not that she wasn't a beautiful lady, and I think she was a rock and roll chick, but I thought she was a little bit unprofessional in her, and a lot of people yelled at me and called me a misogynist because of that.
I thought she looked fine.
Yeah, but you want to take her out for a beer and not listening to her brain talk. We are on cross.
Unless he has a binder, ladies.
And he has.
I still don't understand how he's 60s.
I
don't understand
know.
how he's in his 60s. He doesn't look anything like 67.
Clean living.
Is he joining Gelflings? Asking for a friend.
I bet you he's really boring.
No fun. Kind of living clean.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney name, or excuse me, a doctor named Zeke Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Dr. Wolf.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct?
He is South Miami neurosurgeon who works from the Miami Neuroscience Center.
That you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I did not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
Good night, Empire.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart as their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis, that let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, Did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances where the body was found, and I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate, because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not, and I came to the concluded the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit, if I could, with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head, and that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you referred to on direct as a secondary cause of being death of hypothermia, but you used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was?
It said have hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you used the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances, and at the end of the investigation, or at the end of my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances.
So here's just a speculation, but I think these questions, is there a calculation to see, or a formula to see how quickly the body would have cooled being outside completely?
I looked it up in the first trial to see how long
okay.
to body temperature, and it has so many variables that you can't tell.
I didn't know.
He has a very high body temperature for someone who's been out in a wind chill factor of, I can't remember how he said, but he
25 below. I don't know, something really
yeah, but
crazy.
I think that was later in the day, and that's the big problem because you don't have any accurate measurements, and you don't have an internal thermometer that can really measure his decreasing body temperature. And we talked a lot about it in the first case, because when is hypothermia, how long to get to hypothermia, and all of this is one of those things. The reason I was off, I was just reading up on that, Mr. Asik Wolf. I can only see he's testified in very few cases, and that's mostly about medical malpractice. So I love that he already disproved her. He's probably the next one who's going to be there, so that could be fun.
Okay, I was just wondering if that had been presented at the first trial. Thank you so much.
There's no way that you can, in any scientific accurate way, determine that X will lead to a body temperature of Y, because there's so many changing variables.
I just see Alessi with a chalkboard.
Yeah,
that's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
So you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The text said, but again, that's they probably said, are you sure that it's not an accident? And she said, no, I can't determine that with the facts. And then they went back and said, this stupid C word didn't want to do what we did. There's probably not been someone standing in there shaking her saying, you must make this.
Information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was, coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2020. Is that correct? Or been provided with further information, in other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrased that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct.
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious.
He's not a
But
neuropathologist.
at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that,
Yeah.
Mr. Leslie.
She's not the brainiologist.
But she's very smart.
Yeah, but she can't make that.
You made your own determination.
Can we just appreciate that none of the experts from the MSP seems as rotten as the police? Because they are not willing to tell stories that fits with the narrative.
Yeah, that does take a lot of courage. I mean, I have no doubt that the full force of the Norfolk police office came down on her. You know, you need to change this. It was a car accident. You know, I bet she faced a lot of pressure to change.
Yeah, and I think they probably do it in a lot of cases, and that's why they have been separated out, so no one can go in and say, but are you pretty sure that drug wasn't found on him or stuff like that? So I like that she's saying, not my department, I won't touch it.
Of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury.
Blunt impact.
A blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160, that is an
head injuries can cause vomiting, but also we know from Stonebridge that he was instantly incapacitated, because my theory, if I had to guesstimate, would be that he fell inside the basement, probably around the bench, because I think in my mind that safety bar on the bench fits perfectly with the injury to the back, and it's really hard because it can take the weight when you drop it on it. So that was what I guesstimated, and then he got up and but she said he was instantly incapacitated, so that doesn't add up.
Evidence, but before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that needs to be done. Thank you.
She described the injuries on direct, that it was just blunt force impact.
Did you show it to Mr. Brennan?
It's already been agreed to as an evidence.
Okay.
Evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, but if he's incapacitated, I can't see him vomiting either.
So why don't you come over here, because why don't you come over side?
But if it's already in evidence, why can't he show it? That seems weird. Why doesn't he like getting questioned? Oh, that DePedro guy is there today.
Interesting.
Lying about what is happening in court. He's less truthful than I was on my wedding day.
Which part? The richer or poorer, or the sickness and health?
It's the till death do your part.
Oh, yeah, that's That's a tricky part of the contract.
Yeah. Well, and you can't unalive them if you get sick of them. I think that there should be that clause. If you promise that you'll do it until death do you part, then you should be allowed to just. While I was gone, did Bev deny in another sidebar? No, she's actually called an sidebar.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, Bev is ready for lunch.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens, pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This,
Yes.
that's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This is a laceration.
Right, so it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area, is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J-type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't.
Actually, this is a really good picture because I never saw that either. Jemima or Marissa, I believe, have shared it in the documents on the Discord, because when you see it, it kind of looks like there's writing on top of the laceration in the back of his head. It kind of looks like an imprint that says J something. It looks like there's 2 or 3 letters imprinted in his skull or in his skin above the laceration. I think the picture is in the Discord. They won't be showing it on screen. I can't show it. It'll get me in trouble with the YouTubes. But
is it in docs or evidence?
Yes. I was saying their names in hopes that they were not working, so they could say, "Oh yeah, it's in there." But they are probably
I'll scroll and look and let you guys know.
Make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion is depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat, frozen ground. Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it be a circular pattern, perhaps with...
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
Depending on what you fall on.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat, frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat, frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat, frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat, frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on the decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes.
I couldn't find it either.
Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So, assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is that form.
What about dirt?
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right, I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information,
I don't think they would have cleaned him up because I was arguing about that, and people said no. When it's a murder trial, they don't clean him because that could be potential evidence. Well, I'm looking forward to it.
You saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene. Is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to
she couldn't determine that, and again, she can't declare what time he died because of the circumstances, and no one can determine he's dead until they heat him up enough to find out that he is dead. So that's why he's not declared dead.
Any other potential causes other than ground? Did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you...
I just put in a link to Aidan Carney's tweet. If anyone wants to go look at that picture he described, it's bloody, it's not nice. But to me, it clearly has a J. But again, what do I know? I'm just a baker. But if you hit this link, you will go to Turtle Boys, and he have the autopsy photo, and to me it looks like there's a J above the laceration. But
yeah, it's very distinctive.
Yes.
Now, that being said, I had never seen this video, and I always assumed that the laceration was vertical, but it being horizontal doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, unless he fell on a straight
A
surface.
rock.
Or a straight across surface. Yeah.
So, but that would be the berm, and then how did he get by the flagpole?
The berm wouldn't be. That's soft. That's rounded.
Okay.
So that's why it says page does not exist. I just copied it.
It didn't work for me either.
Well, I just copied it. I'll try it again. I don't know if it works this time, but it's. I think it's one of his latest. Yeah, it's his. I'll put in the link to his Twitter account, and then you can go look at it. Yeah, top left, it looks like a J in my world. And you get over on Rumble to all the Rumblers.
Determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you.
I'll allow that. Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations, any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
I was thinking the same thing, but I can't get to any dumbbells named something with J that I've ever seen in Danish.
For the record, if it's an imprint from a legible letter J, it's backwards. If you can see the J on the thing,
Yeah, then
it would be a mirror image imprint.
okay, just to
Maybe
be
it's
devil's
inverted.
advocate,
Maybe
could he
it's
have
inverted.
had that particular head wound for a long time because it's covered by hair? I know it's red. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
I'm just saying I shared the picture. I don't know what the picture depicts, but this is what they talked about. I have no knowledge other than what's said today, and he was asking about the J in the picture. So I'm just sharing it so everyone who wants to look at it, because I can't share it on screen, can go look at it and make their own determinations. That's what it's kind of like a service, man.
No, these are I've had in discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries
And I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to.
I don't know if it wasn't before. I don't know if anyone has grabbed it so far and put it in there.
Alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All right, jurors, we'll take the luncheon recess. So we're seeing about 45 minutes.
Surprise the jury.
This is the skull fracture where it emanates from. There's a JR waits. So 45 minutes lunch break. Well, if you don't have TwitchChat, I can just do the good old copy. And I can save, and I can save, and I can close, and I can go to Discord. And if you go into the Karen Read. Come on. So many posts in here. You write too much, people. Thank you for joining the Discord. Oh, Kaylee has just shared it. If you go into the Discord, it's in the Massachusetts Read Karen Read chat. And if you need a link to the Discord, there's no sign-up fee, no nothing. You can just join it. It'll take the mods will have to assign you a role to make sure that you are good people, not someone who just wants to come in and make things. Thank you, Katie, for sharing it. But if you go in there, you can see it and you can try and enhance it, play with it. I can barely run a stream, so I don't do any of that things that everyone else can do with photographs. It's also in the evidence section. I couldn't find it in the evidence, but I blame Jemima.
I do too. Dang it, Jemima.
Oh, it's just been uploaded today by Jemima. Thank you, Jemima.
Thank you.
But you cannot get into Discord from. Well, maybe I should share a link over on Rumble because again, Rumble doesn't work with Nightbot.
Daggone it, Rumble.
If any of you wonderful Rumblers want to share, this is the link in Rumble, and again, you might be hung in the waiting room until a mod just can. If they don't really recognize you instantly, they might say, "Hey, who are you on either one or the other?" And you just say, "Ain't no goddamn business of you, fat." And we will say, "Well, Jamie has a certain set of skills, and she will hunt you down.
She will find you."
Welcome to a whole welcome room full of rusty Shacklefords.
I don't think we can see any dumbbells or free weights in the picture. I only think we can see the weight bench, because to me, again, we do have those like octagonal dumbbells in some gyms, really shit, but they don't roll over, so people like them. And it could like someone had punched someone in the back of the head, or maybe as someone said pound, that someone slammed it. But again, this is pure speculation, and we don't have, because now all the crazies will go crazy and say, "Oh, they believe he was beaten with a dumbbell." I don't know anything.
Yeah, and that's basically what she's saying. I mean, Alessi can pull out all these hypotheticals, but she's not Dr. House. She's not sending out interns to go find things and do illegal stuff. So,
that's why you can't get there. Because she's in Moscow. Da, 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 da. That's a Boney M song, Mo. You would like it. They were led by a guy who didn't sing. It was the promoter who sang, and the guy spent most of his time tweaked out of his mind on coke, dancing like he was possessed by the devil.
He and Doink might get along.
No, he's more a guy.
Well, but the two of them together would be a great reality show. The Odd Couple needs a remake.
Yeah.
The Odd Illegal Pharmaceutical remake. Yeah.
I thought Plevin and Doink were doing that show. Who has the weirdest idea? Well, clearly, Karen Read threw his phone out of the car. No. She was holding. He was holding the phone while he was reaching for her glass with his own glass in his hand. So he had a third hand. Well, some ladies did say he had what looked like a baby hand with an apple in the end.
Baby holding an apple.
That's why he was so popular.
Talking about Rasputin?
Yes, Rasputin, yeah.
Yeah, they tried to unalive him like a gajillion and 12 times, and he's like, still here, still not bathing. He is Doink's hero. For not bathing.
He was slinging more rod than Pete whatever his
I
name is.
know, and he never bathed. Women do better.
Everyone
women,
smelled back then.
seriously. That's why
But
I
that's
don't read historical romances. I can't get over the non-deodorant.
It's just everyone is. Oh, it must have smelled horrible. Everything smelled like shit. They were pouring shit out the windows.
That's true.
Yeah.
And we all know it. When you go in it every day, you don't smell it. Back at the last, year 1900, if you were in New York, the streets would have beads of manure from all the horses. And everyone thinks, oh, it must have been such a wonderful time. No. It's absolutely. If the horse couldn't walk anymore, let's
and
just
then it would
move
just
on.
lay in the street.
Yeah. Someone will pick it up in a couple of days.
Yeah.
That's
hard pass.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, they were nose blind.
Well, you get that way. Like if you live on a farm, right? If you live on like a chicken farm, chicken farms smell disgusting. But if you live there,
good
you get
Lord,
used to it.
yes.
Oh yeah, when they drive the manure out from chicken farms, it's so
gnarly.
acidic.
It's bad.
Horse manure gave birth to the automobile. Yeah, actually, it was to clean up the streets.
Yeah, they were afraid if more horses came in, they were going to be inundated with poo.
Yeah. It's just things we. Do you get this on a law tube? No. On law tubes, you get stupid stuff like, well, that could be an appealable issue because under Massachusetts Criminal Code 243-18, well, that's actually a funny one. When I was in law school, I used to study, and we brought this up because we call it the fun paragraph, and everyone at that party laughed.
The fun paragraph. Here we talk about horse poop.
Horse poop and weight benches.
And weight benches. Oh, nice. Not the smell, but the baby's part.
So Valhalla will now drive to Danny Teen's farm and have a pig cam.
Let me know how many you get.
It seems more like a swinging motion that caused that as the cut is steeper with that skin flap on the left. Yeah, it looks a little bit uneven, but I can't see this from. I know you can bust your skin by falling on a flat surface because it's just that the skin gets too much tension, and this doesn't look like he just back bumped on the flat ground. But so that's it. We're going to jump off, get some manger, be back in 30, 35 minutes. About that time, enough time to make Brandon call us happy in English. And hopefully this will continue. Again, every expert I feel is a good expert for the defense. But again, we are not the jury. We don't know. It's I don't know. Anything on the fall rope?
I got nothing.
Well, it's probably the land plank. Well, it's the rope that was connected to the, when they walked onto two ships. We say that.
Guideline, I think.
Yeah, because that's the last part you disconnect for the ship. So if you want to have any parting as the very last thing, we say nothing on the. I have to look it up.
What the hell is
Eris,
that? I know.
Have a great sleep and see you tomorrow.
I know what it's called.
That's called a gangplank, but I don't know what the rope.
No, that's the board thing. The gangplank's the board you walk up.
I have to figure it out.
Somebody knows what it's called in chat. Somebody does.
Don't forget about the smoke enemas from Drowning too. I told my hubby about that the other day. He was like, "What the fuck? Where did you learn this?" Baker, duh. I've shown pictures of the smoke enema that will fix your drowning problem. Gangbang rope. I'm not.
I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it.
Could be, but I'm not sure. Maybe a gangplank rope. But well, there's nothing on that rope anyway, and I will now go give myself a smoke enema because it's dinner time. What? See you later.
Jen! Miss Reeds.
Yes.
Jen!
Get cut and dry. Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Pretty simple. Just pin